humanitarian crises.
And protecting the rights of key and vulnerable communities by ending stigma and discrimination to leave no one behind.
Together, we can save 20 million more lives.
Fight for what counts.
What a powerful way to kick off the day. First, I want to welcome everyone to New York City. And I want to thank our host, President Biden, and the United States government, who have been the driving force behind the Global Fund's 7th replenishment and an invaluable partner throughout its 20-year history. A founding contributor, the U.S. is also the Global Fund's largest donor, with more than $20 billion contributed since 2002. The Global Fund's creation was an extraordinary act of global solidarity, and since then, together, we have saved 50 million lives. But the fight is far from over, and we in this room have the power and the opportunity to drive real change. We're here to raise $18 billion to save 20 million more lives over the next 3 years. This is a massive responsibility. This is our time to fight for what counts. Our first speaker served in the Obama-Biden administration as the permanent representative to the United Nations, where, among other things, she rallied countries to combat the Ebola epidemic and implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, she's at the helm of USAID, where she drives the agency's long-standing leadership in areas such as food security, education, women's empowerment, and global health. Please welcome the administrator of USAID, Samantha Power.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank all of you gathered here today, all of the heads of state who will be joining through the course of the day. We just received a very powerful and moving clarion call from individuals who have reminded us of what truly counts. They count. All of the lives affected by these deadly diseases count, and we have the opportunity to do something today that counts immeasurably. I want to start just by making explicit something we all know, which is that we have, of late, unfortunately, lost ground. Our fight, our long and encouraging fight against HIV, AIDS, TB, and malaria has faced significant setbacks as a result of COVID-19 and so many other pressing needs around the world. The latest data from UNAIDS shows that HIV infections actually rose last year by 1.5 million. Just when we need to see rapid declines to reach our shared goal of ending HIV/AIDS as a public health threat by the end of this decade. Last year, an estimated 800,000 children living with HIV were still not receiving life-saving treatment, even though they represent a disproportionate share of AIDS deaths, with the gap in coverage between children and adults increasing. The impact of COVID-19 on the fight against TB has been especially devastating, costing us years of progress. TB deaths rose in 2020 for the first time in more than a decade, 1.5 million deaths in 2020 alone. And global malaria, where we saw remarkable progress as death rates dropped by 47% between 2002 and 2020, cases and deaths are both tragically on the rise. And with each minute that passes, as you well know, malaria claims yet another life, another child. That is the gloomy picture before us, and I think it's important to be clear-eyed about the challenges ahead. But setbacks are not destiny. We have the knowledge, the tools, and in the Global Fund, the right mechanism to regain ground and continue our push to end these diseases. What we need is the will. And I am so pleased to say that the United States is fully committed to helping the Global Fund regain ground. As President Biden stressed today at the UN General Assembly not long ago, the United States intends to contribute $6 billion for the 3-year 7th replenishment period. Now, as many of you know, what that means in practice is that our government will match $1 to $2 every contribution made by other donors. And with our commitment, it is our hope, our expectation, our call to everyone here that we raise at least $18 billion for the Global Fund to carry out its life-saving work over the next 3 years. This is, frankly, one of the most effective investments that we can make. In countries where the Global Fund invests, we see wider access to life-saving antiretroviral therapy, the rapid distribution of insecticide-treated bed nets, and greater distribution of prevention therapy for children who've come into contact with TB patients. In fact, the Global Fund's work over the last 20 years in partnership with governments, most of whom I think are represented here today, the private sector, and civil society, is one of the reasons that people are living longer in the world's most impoverished countries, with life expectancies beginning to converge between the poor and the rich. And these investments don't just focus on fighting diseases, they strengthen health systems that help us treat and tamp down on other health threats, including COVID-19. And by tapping into the ingenuity of the private sector and putting local communities at the heart of their work, the Global Fund is helping expand health equity. The United States wants to thank all of the partners and donors who have joined us across the years in the critical effort to sustain and replenish the Global Fund. Whatever discouragement we might occasionally feel due to the ground that has been lost of late, now is no time to look backwards. Now is the time to demonstrate our will to come together and march forward. That is what counts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Administrator Power, for that inspiring start to the day. Next, I'm honored to welcome to the stage Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, whose leadership has been instrumental in guiding the world through the COVID-19 pandemic. He remains at the forefront of the fight for a healthier, safer, fairer world. Dr. Ghebreyesus, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, and thank you also to Samantha for the powerful message, and my friends Don Kaberuka and Peter Sands, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. It's my great honor to be here with you today. And I thank President Biden and the US government for its outstanding leadership in hosting this crucial meeting. I'm proud to speak today on behalf of the technical partners of the Global Fund Board, UNAIDS, the Stop TB Partnership, the RBM Partnership to End Malaria, UNITAID, the World Bank, and of course, the World Health Organization. Consider this. In Japan, life expectancy is more than 84 years. In Lesotho, it's 50 years. and the gap of 34 years between the countries with the world's longest and shortest life expectancies. Much of that difference is due to the fact that HIV, TB, and malaria still kill millions in the poorest communities of the poorest countries. Thanks in large part to the Global Fund, these diseases kill half as many people now as they did 20 years ago. That's quite a progress. However, those gains are at risk. Even before COVID-19, progress against all three diseases had slowed or stalled, and the pandemic has set us further back. Wars, humanitarian emergencies, drug and insecticide resistance, and climate change just make things worse. These overlapping challenges make the Global Fund support all the more important. Investments in HIV, TB, and malaria will deliver returns far beyond these three diseases in stronger health systems, more inclusive societies, and more productive economies. As the former Minister of Health, and as chair of the Global Fund board, and as director of WHO, I have had a front row seat to the difference the Global Fund can make. I'm a living witness. Yesterday, my friend Bono described this replenishment as a referendum on ourselves. Who are we? What kind of world do we really want? And what we are prepared to invest to get it. If the pandemic has taught us nothing else, it's that health is not a luxury for the rich, not a cost to be contained, but a fundamental human right and the foundation for a healthier, safer, and fairer future. Let's all invest in that future today. I thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghebreyesus. Our next speaker is a man who's been part of the fight to end AIDS for decades. He's the founder and editor of Key Correspondent Team. That's a civil society community journalism initiative based in Argentina. He's a board member of the Global Fund and has served as the chair of the Global Network of People Living with HIV, one of the partners that advocated for the creation of the Global Fund. Please welcome Javier Orcade Belloc, who will deliver a joint statement on behalf of the Communities Delegation, the Developing Countries NGO Delegation, and the Developed Countries NGO Delegation of the Global Fund Board.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the powerful opening of my dear colleagues, friends, and partners in the fight. And good afternoon, distinguished guests. Today, I stand before you to bring the voices of the millions of people whose lives depend on this pledging session outcome. We have 50 million reasons to celebrate the 50 million lives of people saved by the Global Fund partnership. Each story of hope and it's a story we should fight to keep alive, and today we have 20 million more we can bring hope to. The deadly COVID pandemic threw our programs badly off track, and while we worked hard and we were able to mitigate some of the worst effects of our work, to get back on track, we must have at least 18 billion. Anything short will cost lives. While governments count their money, communities count their death. We cannot let that happen. This epidemic is so unforgiving that if we don't raise 18 billion today, the epidemic will not only grow, but we will also lose the lives of millions of brothers and sisters. Our lives are priceless. We applaud the many governments, private foundations, and private sector donors who have demonstrated the power of political will ambition, generosity, and commitment to our common mission. None of our traditional Global Fund donors can claim to be surprised because we discuss at length the investment case for this replenishment to enable us to deliver on the new, bold, and ambitious strategy we created together. We have made exceptional scientific progress so that we are actually in the position to harness it to the end of the 3 epidemics. Failure to reach at least 18 billion today denies us an opportunity to take advantage of what science has given us. The last 2 years of the COVID pandemic have shown us that when we have a crisis, money can be found. If we do not reach our replenishment target, we will be in a crisis again. The missing ingredient today is government political will to pledge the full amount. We have come too far to slow down now. This is a significant moment, a moment where we invest to save lives, end historic injustice, and defeat the 3 epidemics. Today we decided whether our community will live or die, and whether our children will thrive or barely survive. Today we step up to the fight because every life counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arkady Belok, and thank you to our civil society and community partners for your passion and tireless efforts to end the 3 diseases. And next up, we have another speaker, Her Excellency Ambassador Minata Samate Sesuma, who is Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development for the African Commission. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you kindly, Madam.
Aller
I should
en
like
français.
to speak in French.
Excellences, Madame Samantha Power,
Madam
merci
Samantha
beaucoup,
Power,
pour
thank you kindly.
la cérémonie d'ouverture.
Thank you
Nous étions
very
ensemble
kindly
tout de
for
suite
this
pour
opening
une
ceremony
autre
where we have
réunion
become
et votre engagement et
friends
l'engagement
again,
des
and of course we have just
États-Unis
come from our
d'Amérique.
previous
Merci
meetings.
beaucoup.
Thank you very much to the US
Excellences,
government
Mesdames et
and to
Messieurs,
President
les chefs
Biden.
d'État
Thank
et
you,
de
Excellencies,
gouvernement,
governments,
Mesdames et
heads of
Messieurs
state
les
and government,
ministres,
ladies and gentlemen, the
distingués
ministers
personnalités.
and distinguished
Son
VIPs.
Excellence, Monsieur Moussa
His
Faki
Excellency Mr.
Mohamed,
Moussa
Président de la
Mohamed, President
Commission
of
de
the
l'Union africaine,
Committee of the
s'excuse
African Union,
de ne pouvoir
apologizes
être avec
as
nous.
he cannot
Il
be with us
assiste
today.
actuellement
He is currently
à une réunion du
attending
comité des
a
chefs d'État et de
meeting
gouvernement
of the Committee of
sur
Heads
les
of State
changements
and Government on
climatiques.
climate
Il m'a
change.
demandé
And he has
de délivrer
requested
le message
that I
ci-après
pronounce
ici.
this speech
Je
on
voudrais
his
avant
behalf.
tout propos
First and
remercier
foremost,
le
before
président
everything,
Joe
I should
Biden
like to thank
pour
President
avoir
Joe Biden
accepté
for having accepted
d'accueillir la 7e reconstitution
to host
des ressources
the
du Fonds
7th
mondial pour
replenishment
faire face au
of the
VIH/SIDA,
Global
à la
Fund
tuberculose
against
et au
AIDS,
paludisme.
tuberculosis, and malaria.
Le Fonds mondial,
The Global
par ses
Fund,
actions, a
thanks to its
contribué à
actions,
faire un
has
pas
contributed
important vers
to a
l'élimination
great
de ces
leap
trois
towards the
maladies
elimination
qui
of these
constituent
3
une menace
diseases,
permanente
which are a
pour la
permanent
santé publique.
risk
C'est à ce
on
titre
our
que je
public
voudrais
health systems.
féliciter
And
les
in so doing, I
responsables
should
qui
like
sont
to congratulate
pour le
the
leadership
leaders
dont
of
ils
the
ont
Global
fait
Fund
montre au
for
cours
the
des
leadership
dernières
that they
années.
have
Et nous
given
devons
in the past
d'écouter
few years.
certaines
And
personnes qui ont
with
été
you,
sauvées par ce fonds.
so many
À
people
l'endroit de tous les
have
États
been saved
membres de
thanks to the
l'Union
Global
africaine,
Fund.
participant
On behalf
à
of the
cette
African Union,
importante
all the
réunion,
members
je
who are
voudrais
present
leur
here today in this
exprimer
very important
mon
meeting, I should like to
appréciation
express
pour
my
avoir
full
soutenu
appreciation
les cycles de
for having
reconstitution
supported
du
all
Fonds
the previous
mondial
replenishment processes and cycles of the Global Fund, especially with the heads of state and government of the AU. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today at a moment where the African peoples and populations, communities of different parts of the world are confronted with emergency situations and multiple situations, simultaneous crises, the effects of climate change, pandemics, epidemics, and a significant impact on food security. Ladies and gentlemen, these various circumstances require that we avail ourselves of the appropriate measures for health and build the prosperity as well as the resilience of all our populations. All our states have drawn many lessons from the action plans and policies that have been adopted but that have to be reformulated in order to take into account the circumstances of the current coronavirus pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the very important measures today has to do with the need to mobilize $18 billion for the 7th replenishment cycle of the Global Fund for 2023-2025. And this goes to show that there are many expectations in terms of national financing and funding, especially for all the members of the African Union. Especially there is much dependence vis-à-vis this 7th replenishment process and the 18 billion American dollars. And an increase of approximately 30% of public health expenditures is what this represents. Ladies and gentlemen, I should like to recall the Abuja Declaration of 2001, which called upon our states to allocate at least 15% of national budgets to the health of the member states of the African Union. Today, the stakes are even higher. The challenges are even greater for our states, for our country. More resources are necessary in order to have more resilient health systems, robust health systems that will be able to fight against exogenous and endogenous crises and shocks. I should like to reiterate the commitment of Addis Ababa in terms of a shared and common responsibility and a worldwide responsibility that we have in order to reorient health systems and be at the appropriate level for this replenishment process. And Mr. Academy Champion of the African Union for the national funding, and I should like to seize this opportunity to invite the various partners here today, development partners, to support resilient and sustainable health systems, and of course with respect to essential health services and curative health services. These pathways will be crucial in order to mobilize donors as well as all partners in order for us to reach the objectives we are seeking out at the Global Fund level. I should like to thank once again everyone and once again make this appeal. The African states must continue also with the same dynamic this year and in the same direction. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting calls upon partnerships to be forged, solid partnerships, which will be the testimonies of a good and appropriate methodology for universal health coverage and in the fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria in the world. I am very impatient, and I'm impatiently waiting that this 7th replenishment cycle be successful in order to accelerate the process to save more lives over the African continent and elsewhere. This is the message of President Fakti. He apologizes that he was unable to join us and to meet you today during this meeting. Thank you kindly.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, for our last speaker of this session, I would like to welcome Dr. Donald Kaberuka, Chair of the Board of the Global Fund, to officially open our pledging session. Dr. Kaberuka.
Good afternoon, everyone, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So exciting to see you all. Today, this afternoon, is a decisive day for the Global Fund and global health as a whole. The eyes of millions of people are fixated on the outcome of this replenishment. But as I look around this hall, I have no doubt that we shall rise to the occasion. So I join previous speakers to thank President Joe Biden, his administration, many friends in the US Congress, business, the city of New York, for hosting us and for the generosity, as we heard from Ambassador Samantha Power. The US is leading from the front. For 3 years, we have battled with the biggest pandemic since the Spanish flu. It has left our health systems all over the world battered. That pandemic has tested our safety nets, the cohesion of our societies. It has brought some of our economies to a near-death experience, and we're still digesting the lessons. It will be a while before we fully internalize the full ramifications of that dreadful experience, let alone that in some parts of the world, the pandemic is not yet over. Nonetheless, there are 3 lessons we can draw from this COVID experience. Number 1, that we are now more than certain that what we have always known, that a health dividend is an economic dividend, is an absolute necessity. The second is that the old pandemics have gone nowhere. If anything, some of them have taken a turn for the worse. I especially refer to malaria, tuberculosis, and of course, HIV/AIDS. And the third one is that the idea that no one is safe until all of us are safe should go beyond being simply a declaration of intent. It has been given full meaning. That's why we're here, to continue the fight, to step up the fight, to fight for what counts, to fight for everyone. I'm very grateful for the inspiring testimonies we just heard from Samantha, Tedros, Javier, for your clarion call, your leadership, your unwavering support, and reminding us of the importance of inclusivity and leaving no one behind. EU Commissioner Samantha, thank you for the cooperation with the African Union. Now, at the turn of the millennium, the world was staring at the abyss. Death and socio-economic mayhem from the 3 pandemics. That threat has diminished, but has not gone away. But what remarkable historical achievements in only 20 years. What has been achieved through the efforts of the Global Fund and many other partners, including PEPFAR, which was born in this country, including the fastest decline in infant mortality in human history. The world has demonstrated that these 3 pandemics can be conquered by science, leadership, and a critical mass of resources. We have reason to celebrate, but the job is not yet done. COVID has been a setback, a critical setback. So we must continue to aim for 2030. This is a time to double down. Excellency friends, as we convene here today, we know that economic times are hard everywhere. Resources are scarce. There are many competing worthy causes. Budgets under pressure everywhere. But here is one other big lesson from COVID. A healthy dividend is an economic dividend. The sure way to secure our collective economic future must pass by us doing whatever it takes to ensure the health of our people. The pandemics we now face are not a temporary phenomenon. We shall face many more in the future. And as we build healthier societies, we shall build the capacity to face those pandemics in the future, which know no boundaries. In the last few days, through the various events organized here, We have gained many insights and voices from the length and breadth of our partnership. The story is consistent. Remarkable achievements all round. 20 years ago, HIV/AIDS looked unbeatable. Now we know it can be defeated. However, we still face very high risks. New infections. Malaria is on the rise. TB is still a silent killer. COVID pandemic has complicated our task. It has deepened poverty and inequalities. And then we had climate change, security, and conflict issues. And today, economic crisis, energy, food prices, the impact on fiscal room in many developing countries. After 2 years of battling with COVID, now many countries have to deal with the consequences of this major conflict in Eastern Europe, including disruptions in the supply chains. All this makes our work more complex and yet more urgent. Your Excellency, my friends, as I conclude my remarks, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to each one of you. The Global Fund is unanimously acknowledged as a good investment, an effective vehicle. It is a glue that ties up together a lot of what we do in the global health ecosystem. But the job is not yet done. Millions are waiting on us, irrespective of who they are, where they live. They should not die from preventable, treatable diseases such as malaria, TB, HIV/AIDS, etc. The economic turbulences of today must not lead us into false choices, either within our countries or between our countries. There is no such choice. Our collective ambition for this replenishment must be a historic one. It is more than a replenishment. It is our response to the crisis of the last 3 years, a cause which is feasible and achievable: global health security and global health equity. And that must pass by as continuing the fight to eliminate HIV/AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis by 2030. Let me end by recalling the wisdom of that African iconic leader, Nelson Mandela. And I quote, "After climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb." We have many more hills to climb. But we have done it before, in Lyon, with the leadership of President Emmanuel Macron. We can do it again. Not the least because, as many speakers have said, we must recover ground lost because of COVID. The march to a future free of HIV/AIDS, malaria, and TB. So as we open our replenishment session, the question I put to you, I put to myself, I put all of us, is the same. If not now, when? If not us, whom? It can be done. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaberuka, and thank you to all our speakers. It is my pleasure now to hand over to Mr. Henry Bonsu. Henry.
Come on, people, don't leave me hanging. One more time, it's Henry Bonsu on stage. Feel some energy and love in the room. Thank you, Shax. This is the moment. This is that referendum on ourselves, as Bono and Dr. Tedros said. The moment we've been working towards since the 7th replenishment campaign kicked off earlier this year. We've had the hors d'oeuvre, Now for the main course, the plat de résistance. This is a moment where the world comes together, represented by you fine people in this room. We've got to fight for what counts. As Samantha Power said, we've lost ground. We've got to make it up. Dr. Kaberuka said the same thing. So, I'm excited for this moment. This is my third time hosting a pledging for the replenishment. Last time round in Lyon, things went very well. They were also good in 2016 in Montreal. But this is a marathon, not a sprint, so I've come equipped. I have my water. I think I may have some gels. I'm a great fan of Eliud Kipchoge, the Kenya marathon run. Any Kenyans in the house? Kenya. Kipchoge is going to go for the world record in Berlin in a few days' time. We mean business, so the jacket must come off. Are you ready? Let's get going, come on. We want to make history. We want to raise 18 billion, 18 US, for a healthier, safer, more equitable world. We've got a lot of pledges to get through, so I would encourage all those pledging on behalf of countries, private sector, various stakeholders to stick as closely as possible, okay? Look at my eyes, as closely as possible to their allocated time. And so, without further delay, I'm delighted to call on Son Excellence, Dr. Albert Ouedraogo, Premier ministre du Burkina Faso. Je vous invite, messieurs, à monter sur scène. Please, put a round of applause for Dr. Albert Ouedraogo, the Prime Minister of Burkina Faso in West Africa. Monsieur, vous avez la parole.
Merci. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Je vais aller en français.
I will speak in French.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, governments, delegations, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols respected.
On
behalf of His Excellency, Mr. President, the President of Burkina Faso, Head of State, Lieutenant Colonel Paul-Henri Sandaogo Damiba, I would like to thank enthusiastically thank His Excellency, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, host of the 7th Replenishment Conference for the Global Fund for fighting HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. I would like to thank you for the invitation to this important event. The impact of the Global Fund's investments on the fight against the 3 above-mentioned illnesses and the strengthening of the health systems involved has been demonstrated. That is why Burkina Faso, despite the multiple and pressing challenges that it must now face, in particular the serious crisis in humanitarian and security crises that has been brought about by terrorism, but Burkina Faso cannot stay on the margins of this replenishment conference for the Global Fund. In order to mark its active solidarity towards all countries who are fighting these 3 scourges and who seek to strengthen their health systems, Burkina Faso solemnly announces a contribution of $1 million for the replenishment of the Global Fund resources. Fighting for what counts. During a period of crisis, we are committed. Long live international cooperation. We wish the greatest success to the 7th Replenishment Conference for the Global Fund's resources. Thank you so much.
Merci, Monsieur le Premier Ministre. So Burkina Faso has pledged $2 million. Merci, Burkina Faso. Okay, so we've started. We're ready. We're moving. Ça gaz, ça bouge, comme ils disent en français. Right.
French.
We're now going to move slightly east and south to Central African Republic. And I'm going to invite Son Excellence, Professeur Faustin Archange Touadéra, Président de la République centrafricaine,
the Central African
à monter
Republic,
sur scène.
to join me on
Please.
the stage.
Voilà.
You have the floor. Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank and to warmly congratulate on behalf of the Central African people and on my own behalf, President Joe Biden and the U.S. government for sponsoring and organizing the 7th Replenishment Conference for the Global Fund resources for fighting HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. In a social and health context worldwide that has been marked by the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, aggravated by political and security and geopolitical crises, the initiatives that strengthen the international partnership and world solidarity based on social justice constitute a major asset for strengthening world health security. So, despite a very difficult post-conflict context in our country, marked by a severe deterioration of the health system, the World Bank financing has made it possible for my country to maintain access to care against the 3 most fatal illnesses. The Global Fund's contribution has also been essential in fighting and responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, guaranteeing diagnoses throughout a large part of the country and reducing the mortality linked to the pandemic. In addition to the lives saved, the social and economic resilience of the population has been strengthened. Thanks to the prior funding by the Global Fund, the number of people living with HIV and followed with ARVs has gone down to 59,055 during the first semester of 2022. There's been an increase of 40% in 3 years. More than 750 5,000 have been able to benefit from a complete package of service since 2018. The number of tuberculosis cases diagnosed and treated has increased by 10% in 2 years, going from 12,046 in 2019 to 13,259 in 2022. The proportion of malaria cases treated and diagnosed has gone from 89% in 2019 to 92% in 2021, an increase of 3% in 2 years. In the context of the implementation of the targeted cases for reducing maternal infant deaths, pregnant women, breastfeeding women, and households, including children under 5 years of age, have received mosquito nets treated with insecticides. In 2018 and 2020, 2,500,000 of these nets have been distributed. 400,000 new nets will be distributed between 2022 and 2023. The partnership between my country and the Global Fund has been considerably strengthened in that the Global Fund is now more targeted on people, on the accountability of communities, and strengthening institutional capacities in order to really render durable what the Global Fund has achieved. The vision of our president is to make health an investment, not a cost. A fully funded approach is really vital for our country and has become an important lever for developing human capital, a catalyzer for a broader partnership for the efficiency of assistance in the health sector. Given the vital interest that the Global Fund represents and the need for it to remain sustainable, the Central African Republic commits a symbolic amount, 600 million CFA francs, $1 million US. Thank you.
Merci. President. It's $1 million, so $1 million US. I like the way the president, yes indeed, the president characterized it as an investissement, mais non en dépense.
But
so
not
an investment, not
an
a cost.
expenditure.
And that's the way we want to frame this. Thank you very much indeed, Monsieur le Président. Thank you. So let us move now swiftly on to, we're going to go south. Those of you who know the continent well, the distance from the Central African Republic to Malawi is a few thousand miles. We're going south and to the Republic of Malawi. I'm delighted to invite His Excellency, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, to come up on stage. Please, sir.
Excellencies, fellow heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I must thank President Biden for hosting this most important conference, and I commend the Global Fund team for the efforts that have gone into seeing it happen. For the government and people of Malawi, this is not a conference, but a lifesaver. Currently, the Global Fund grant to Malawi stands at US dollars 523,832,250, and the COVID-19 grant stands at US dollar 109,536,858.19 in support of the fight against TB, HIV, malaria, and the COVID pandemic under the biomedical interventions, community interventions, and building resilience and sustainable systems for health. This investment in building resilience and sustainable health systems is critical in defeating HIV, TB, and malaria, as well as ending the health inequity compounded and exposed by the pandemic. Due to the two cyclones that hit my country back-to-back a few months ago, Malawi's fiscal space made it impossible for us to pre-finance the emergency requests made in the proposal in February of 2022. However, on the ARV co-financing by the government of Malawi, we are working on modalities of progressive co-financing of the antiretroviral therapy, ART, for the more than 900,000 people living with HIV. In this regard, an initial amount of 171 million Malawi kwacha has been included in the 2022-2023 Ministry of Health budget, with prospects of progressively including ART funds in the subsequent financial periods. As a Global Fund replenishment champion myself, I have worked hand in hand with the Global Fund External Affairs Department to lobby for the replenishment at almost all the global and regional meetings I've attended. But I have always believed that those who champion any cause must lead it by example, and so I'm pleased to announce that Malawi is doubling its pledge from $500,000 to during the 6th replenishment to $1 million for the 7th replenishment. Lastly, let me thank the Global Fund Executive Director for his commitment to sustain the gains Malawi has made in the fight against HIV, TB, and malaria, despite the threat to the same occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic and the socioeconomic calamities that have befallen us in the wake of the war in Eastern Europe. I give all of you my word that my government will use its allocation of these Global Fund resources for the benefit of the people who need it most and for no other purpose. We simply cannot afford to waste any of these resources, and I thank you for your attention.
Mr. President, thank you very much. So despite COVID, you're doubling your investment, which is fantastic. Let's move to the Mediterranean and to Malta now. And I invite the Prime Minister of Malta, His Excellency, Dr. Robert Abela, to come up on stage. Thank you very much indeed. Malta.
Thank you, Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I want to begin by congratulating the Global Fund for the work that it has carried out to promote access to health and address health crises across the whole world. The fight against AIDS, against TB, against malaria is not yet over, unfortunately. And what you have done to protect millions of people, of vulnerable people, from these diseases is absolutely remarkable. Dear colleagues, some countries have been indeed lucky enough to emerge from the worst of the COVID pandemic. Malta happens to be one of those countries. Other countries, in particularly lesser developed ones, continue to be at risk of high numbers of infected people and require urgent access to health systems that unfortunately have been negatively affected by the impact of the pandemic itself. At the outset of this event, we heard that the 7th replenishment requires at least $18 billion to get the world back on track to end HIV, TB, and malaria by 2030. Greatly reducing, if not eradicating these diseases by 2030 should be a global health goal of the highest order. And it is a goal that my country, Malta, notwithstanding its small size, is very proud to contribute to. I can confirm that we will be providing financial support to the Global Fund over the next 3 years in the amount of €150,000, and I would like to congratulate all other countries who have attended this event and thank them too for the contributions that have just been announced and that will be announced later on today. Naturally, a particular thanks goes to President Biden for hosting this event. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks.
Dr. Abela, thank you very much indeed for making that pledge on behalf of Malta. Let's move back into Africa and to Southern Africa now, to the Republic of Zimbabwe. And I'm delighted to invite Mr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of Zimbabwe, to come up on stage to make the pledge for his country. Mr. President, please.
Your Excellencies, heads of government, and delegates, may I mention that Zimbabwe has received in the last 20 years about $2.6 billion from the Global Fund. In the recent cycle of funding, Zimbabwe received $592 million for the period 2021 to 2023. And we spread it in this manner: for HIV, 56 million, malaria, 62 million, TB, 25 million. Now, these resources will be used for reduction HIV infection. Zimbabwe also received $98 million for the COVID-19 pandemic support. I would like to thank His Excellency, the President of the USA, President Joe Biden, for convening this platform for us to pledge. Despite the fact that Zimbabwe is reeling under serious economic constraints, I do pledge a sum of $1 million. I thank you.
Mr. President, thank you very much for breaking down how the funds have been invested and that you're going to channel back $1 million for the next replenishment. Tremendous. Let's move to Tanzania. We're going to East Africa now, and I'm delighted to invite the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango. Mr. President.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, and distinguished delegates, it is indeed gratifying to participate in the 7th Global Fund Replenishment Conference here in New York, representing Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Excellencies, Tanzania greatly values its historic partnership with the Global Fund which has been one of the most impactful partnerships in my country. Getting HIV/AIDS used to be a death sentence. And similarly, tuberculosis and malaria topped on fatal cases. But today, Tanzania is a case example in which the Global Fund, together with domestic resources, has made a remarkable impact. And through this partnership, the Global Fund to date provided a total of $2.8 billion to my country, making Tanzania one of the top beneficiaries of the Global Fund's grants. I sincerely wish to thank the Global Fund Board for this incredible support to my country over the years. And similarly, I also wish to thank and commend all governments, corporations, foundations, and private individuals for your generous contributions to the fund over the last 20 years. Indeed, you have been a model of humanity at its very best. Excellencies, looking at the success, currently 89.7% of the people living with HIV know their status, of which 99% of them are on antiretroviral medicines, and 96% of them have suppressed HIV viral load to an undetectable level. The scale-up of prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV services in Tanzania has successfully reduced the final vertical transmission from 41% in 2000 to about 11% in 2021, thereby averting a total of more than 200,000 child HIV infections and more than 100,000 deaths since the year 2000. Although Tanzania is yet to reach epidemic control, it is committed to attaining the global target of ending HIV/AIDS by 2030 through adopting new technologies and innovative strategies. Likewise, on malaria, we have achieved a remarkable reduction in the burden over the past 2 decades. For example, the incidence of malaria per 1,000 population has dropped from 162 in 2015 to 76 in 2021, representing a decline of 53%. In addition, deaths due to confirmed malaria cases occurring within health facilities has also decreased by 70% from 6,321 in 2015 to 1,909 in 2021. But despite these positive trends, Tanzania has also encountered some challenges. In fighting against HIV/AIDS, new infections have not decreased as quickly as deaths. The incidence of HIV is currently higher among adolescents aged 15 to 24 years, especially among adolescent girls. Overall, more than 30% of new infections are transmitted among heterosexual relationships, and with such evidence, there is a lot to be done to reduce HIV/AIDS prevalence. Also on TB, we still face obstacles such as limited access to TB diagnostic services, especially in areas with key and vulnerable populations, including mine workers, fisher folks, and prisoners. Excellencies, the current global crisis have diminished the recovery effort of most economies following COVID-19 pandemic and added new challenges. And most countries are still struggling meeting the targets on Sustainable Development Goals. It is therefore my humble plea to all of us to see the need to support this noble cause by the Global Fund in order to sustain the gains in HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria responses. At this 7th Replenishment Conference, we are called upon to step up once again and raise at least $18 billion for the next 3 years. This is the minimum amount required to get the world back on track towards ending HIV, TB, and malaria. I believe it is feasible, to even exceed this target. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, allow me to officially announce Tanzania's pledge of $1 million as a contribution to the 7th replenishment cycle. I appeal to all of us to summon the same spirit as we demonstrated in Lyon and break another record in fundraising for the noble cause that the Global Fund stands for. I thank you.
Mr. Vice President, thank you very much. 1 million coming in from the United Republic of Tanzania. We're going to stay in Africa now and go to Uganda. And I'm delighted to welcome the Vice President of Uganda, Her Excellency, Madam Jessica Rose Epel Alupo, to come to the stage. Madam Vice President, please. Thank you very much. You cannot leave the Vice President hanging. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. It is our pleasure to be part of this important meeting to mobilize resources for the fight against HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria in order to save lives and ensure that people are healthy and live better lives. The government of Uganda immensely appreciates the decades of partnership with the Global Fund, which has enabled us to save lives, reduce the burden of HIV, AIDS, TB, malaria, as well as strengthen our health systems. We are cognizant that it is not possible to achieve the goal of economic empowerment of our citizens without reducing the burden of the 3 diseases that are highly prevalent in our country. As a country, we fully subscribe to the objectives of the Global Fund and are happy to join hands in the mobilization of resources. We appreciate the flexibility in programming through supporting country strategies and more especially the response to the COVID-19 pandemic by ensuring continuity of essential services. The COVID-19 pandemic proved that we are all one global community and can achieve great strides when we work together. As the African proverb goes, if you want to walk fast, walk alone, but if you want to walk far, walk together. We are also grateful to countries and all other entities, including communities, civil society, the private sector, health workers, and organizations that make the vision of the Global Fund a reality through raising funds and ensuring that interventions reach and impact the most affected communities. Uganda was privileged to chair the working group established by the UN to set up the Global AIDS and Health Fund, and we are also privileged to provide the first chair of the Global Fund board. We pledge to continue to align ourselves with the vision of the Global Fund to end the 3 pandemics and recognize the need to increase the support for this replenishment by at least 30%. I am therefore pleased to announce Uganda's pledge of $3 million only. An increase of 50% over the pledge of 2019 towards the required investment. We thank the United States government and President Joe Biden for hosting this critical meeting, and you all for being part of it, for God and my country.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Vice President. An increase of 50%. Thank you very much indeed on behalf of Uganda, the Republic of Uganda. Now, if, like me, you're a football fan, you'll know all roads lead to Doha and indeed to Qatar. And so we will go to Qatar now to find out what they're going to pledge for the next 3 years. I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Al Thani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs for Qatar, to come up on stage. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Just a small correction. I'm the Director General of Qatar Fund for Development, Khalifa Al-Kuwari, on behalf of Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs. First of all, I would like to begin by thanking the United States government and the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria for co-hosting this timely conference. The State of Qatar deeply appreciates President Biden's personal leadership and unwavering commitment to keeping such vital issues at the forefront of a global discourse, as well as the United States' dedication to a healthier, safer, and more equitable global community. These are values and goals that we profoundly share with you. I also would like to acknowledge the Global Fund's tireless efforts to save millions of lives over the years. We are confident that the outcome of today's conference will be a significant step forward in our effort to substantially reduce the death rates from AIDS, TB, and malaria, thereby improving the lives of millions of people affected by infectious diseases. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, through the agenda of sustainable development, the international community is committed to ending the AIDS, TB, and malaria epidemic by 2030. In the light of this commitment, I would like to emphasize that the State of Qatar is devoted to international efforts to achieve these objectives. This is why Qatar's support for the Global Fund has been unwavering, as evidenced by the Qatar Fund for Development regular contribution to the fund. In accordance with the directive of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of the State of Qatar, my country made its initial pledge of $10 million in 2016 and increased substantially to $50 million in 2019. I'm deeply pleased to announce the renewal of the support of the State of Qatar to the Global Fund with another $50 million covering the period from 2023 to 2025. Thank you. As we move forward in our shared efforts to ensure healthier lives for all, we hope that this renewed commitment will help save lives and contribute to improve the livelihood and well-being of current and the future generation. Thank you.
Director General, thank you very much indeed. And you said another 50 million. Does that mean 50 plus 50? We need to talk to the Emir. So thank you very much indeed for that on behalf of Qatar. Excellent. So we're making good progress. So thank you very much to all our heads of state and government for your incredible leadership. So let's move now to our next section of pledges. And we would like, Excellencies, for this session to make your announcements from your seat, okay? From your seat. And I'm now going to invite Son Excellence, Monsieur Pierre Ngudimba, Ministre de la Santé, de l'Hygiène publique et de la couverture maladie universelle, to make your pledge on behalf of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire.
Excellencies,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
I
have the honor of speaking on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Hassan Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, to send you his message. The government of Côte d'Ivoire thanks you through me, thanks the Global Fund for organizing this 7th Replenishment Conference and for having named us champion of the harmonization of these funds. We are very honored and congratulate you for the initiative. And for 20 years now, the Global Fund, thanks to its financing, has contributed to efficiently fighting tuberculosis, malaria, and HIV. The results are notable. The Côte d'Ivoire has thus benefited since 2003 from the Global Fund of financing to fight these 3 scourges at an estimate of $900 million. This significant investment was essential for the progress we've seen over the last 10 years in our country as regards reducing the impact and effects of these 3 illnesses on our populations in general, and particularly on vulnerable populations. As an example, thanks to these contributions, the Global Fund has enabled Côte d'Ivoire, as regards malaria, to reduce the prevalence of hospitalizations from 78% in 2010 to about 30% in 2020, and has reduced the number of deaths by 50% from 2007 to 2020, maintaining universal health coverage with the 3rd distribution campaign for insecticide-treated nets, treating millions of people. As regards HIV/AIDS, the prevalence has been reduced to 1.9% in 2021. New infections went down by 77% between 2010 and 2021. And the deaths linked to HIV have gone down by 112% during the same period. As regards the 3 indicators, so at the end of 2021, 82% of people living with HIV/AIDS, knowing their status, 93% of people diagnosed as positive have received their treatment, and 87% under treatment have an undetectable viral load. As regards pediatric AIDS, our country is one of the first countries in Africa to benefit from the new adapted medicines for treating children. This has made it possible to optimize the care of these children. As regards tuberculosis, the rate has also gone down. Incidence has gone from 86% by 100,000 inhabitants in 2011 to 135 for 100,000 inhabitants in 2021. The therapeutic aspect has also improved. With these 3 pathologies, there has been directed financing to strengthening the health systems with a view to resilience and also help to fight the COVID pandemic. But the challenge remains, and we need additional resources to fight for what counts. The theme of this campaign, 20 million people will be able to saved with this $18 billion that will be raised. Excellencies, at this 7th Replenishment Conference, ladies and gentlemen, to really continue to meet these challenges, our commitment to improve our contribution is required. I solemnly invite all countries, generous donors, all to contribute so that we can really be able to meet these
challenges head-on. On behalf of Côte d'Ivoire, we commit to going up by 33% in terms of our contribution compared to our contribution in 2019. So we are making a donation of $2 million to the 7th Replenishment Conference. I would like to repeat my thanks to the chairman of this conference, President Joe Biden, all the presidents, the Global Fund Board. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister.
So they've increased it to $2 million for this new cycle. Thank you very much indeed, Monsieur Ndimba. Let's move now to Nigeria. That's right, Nigeria. And I'm delighted to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Zainab Ahmed, Minister of Finance, so she knows the numbers, to give us the pledge from the heart of Africa.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to represent His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I say good afternoon to everyone that is here. I wish to express Nigeria's appreciation to the Global Fund and the United States government for the robust partnerships that we have nurtured over the years in the fight against HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. Nigeria appreciates the over $3 billion that it has received in grants from the Global Fund from 2002 to date, which has contributed to the remarkable achievements in reducing infections, diseases, and deaths from these deadly infections. The strength of our partnership was demonstrated through the very prompt and generous support for emergency response plan to the COVID-19 pandemic. This has given us significant support to the agenda, our agenda to strengthen the pandemic preparedness and emergency response and associated structures. We are now more prepared to detect and to respond to disease outbreaks more than before the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Global Fund investment case for the 7th replenishment makes a compelling case for continued investment in the fund by the global community. Increasing domestic financing for health ensures that we remain on track to achieve the SDGs, the targets that we set a few years ago. While lagging investment carries the risk of sliding down the ladder, the stakes are high, and the target of $18 billion set is ambitious. Yet, it is, as experts tell us, the minimum funding to make the difference that is very badly needed. Therefore, I wish to urge all to join in making a difference by giving generously to the Global Fund support countries and also to ensure that we save more lives. Let me reiterate our government's commitment to progressively increasing domestic financing for health and to ensure universal health coverage for all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I pledge a 10% increase to the $12 million that we contributed in the last replenishment, and hereby pledge on behalf of the President $13.2 million to support the realization of this investment case. Finally, I want to commend President Biden and the United States government for demonstrating global solidarity by hosting this replenishment fund. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister of Finance. 13.5, did you say? 13.5 million US. Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Well, let's move from Nigeria. We're going to go back to Southern Africa now in Eswatini, the Kingdom of Eswatini. And I'm delighted to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Lizzie Nkosi, Minister of Health for Eswatini, to give her report and her pledge on behalf of her country.
Your Excellencies, heads of government and heads of state, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I bring greetings from the Kingdom of Eswatini. His Majesty, King Mswati III, could not be here today due to schedule conflict with UNGA. We as a kingdom have benefited a lot over the last 20 years of working with the Global Fund. We sincerely believe and support the ideals and the work of the Global Fund. We are a living testament of the fact that when we work together, we can go very far. We have had the highest prevalence of HIV in the country, which has now been greatly reduced. We believe that epidemic control is very close and is within our hands. We are very close to TB and malaria control in the country, and we're grateful for the support we've received from the Global Fund over time. COVID-19 presented a glitch in our journey to epidemic control and into controlling these three diseases. However, this glitch is not deterring us from going forward with what we need to do. In 2019, His Majesty pledged $6 million US. This year, we find ourselves in a completely different fiscal space with so many challenges of not just the pandemic, but security issues, climate change challenges, and so many other issues. And therefore, on behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini, in the 7th replenishment, I would like to pledge on behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini $1 million US. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency. So 1 million from the Kingdom of Eswatini. We're going to go to Southeast Asia now, to Indonesia. And we have the Minister of Health standing by, His Excellency Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin, to give the report and the pledge from Indonesia. Your Excellency.
Today, Indonesia would like to thank the U.S. government, Global Fund, and every donors who have supported Indonesia for nearly 2 decades to fight this tuberculosis, HIV, and malaria. And today, the government in Indonesia, for the first time, is stepping forward, not only as a recipient country, but also as a donor country to public and private partnership. We are pleased to pledge $15.5 million US to the Global Fund, 10 million from the government. This is the first time the government of Indonesia contributing from our state budget, and 1.5 million from our friend from Kalbe Pharma. He is here, so please stand. Our friend from Kalbe Pharma. 2 million from Sinarmas, 1 million from Tanoto Foundations, 1 million from Paloma Foundations, and my fellow ex-banker, Peter San. There are actually more institutions that will come in due time, so don't worry, Peter, they will come. Indonesia is very committed to aggressively reduce the incidence of tuberculosis, HIV, and malaria, and therefore Indonesia is also very committed to reduce the poor country, poor people diseases of tuberculosis. And we are committed to co-facilitate the next year United Nations high-level meeting on tuberculosis. So thank you.
Now, it's wonderful to hear that Indonesia has moved from a recipient to donor status. That's wonderful, Indonesia. Right, let's move to Monaco. And we have Her Excellency, Madame Isabelle Béraud Amadei, Ministre des Relations Extérieures et de la Coopération. So, let's hear what Monaco is going to tell us.
Monaco. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Heads of State, His Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco wished his government to be present at this important Global Fund Replenishment Conference, placed under the high patronage of the President of the United States of America, Mr. Joe Biden. Monaco's participation reflects its long-standing commitment and determination to contribute to the eradication of these epidemics. At a time when the world is facing multiple crises with immense health implications, we cannot tolerate a decline in the implementation indicators for the Sustainable Development Goals on health and well-being, especially those related to these three diseases. We call for an acceleration of the international community's efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Rest assured that Monaco will play an active role in this process. I am therefore pleased, and I really hope that this effort will be a success so that more lives will be saved. I am pleased to announce to you that the Principality is reiterating its commitment to the fund by allocating a contribution of 400,000 euros for the period 2023-2025. I thank you. Thank you also.
Thank you very much to the Ministre des Relations Extérieures et de la Coopération. I think we heard 400,000 euros.
400,000 euros.
Indeed. That's from Monaco. Now we go to the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And we have standing by Her Excellency, Ms. Elisabeth Schrijnmacher, Minister for Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So, Ms. Elisabeth Schrijnmacher, where are you?
Thank you, here I am.
Hello.
Great pronunciation.
Schrijnmacher. I love saying that. Go on.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, like all of you here today, the Netherlands believes in universal health care and empowering people to take the lead in the fight against AIDS, TB, and malaria. That is why my country has been a trusted partner of the Global Funds since its inception 20 years ago. We're proud of this partnership, and we commend you for your close collaboration with the UN, which sets the norms and supports countries in putting the grants to work. You have accomplished so much over the years. And I'm also proud that we have made sure that vulnerable groups and marginalized people are at the forefront of Global Fund's work. Young women, sex workers, people who use drugs, LGBTIQ+ people. All of them, because it's about their lives. That's why we need to continue reaching out to those most in need and lift the barriers that block access to healthcare. So it gives me great pleasure to announce today that the Netherlands is pledging 180 million euros to the seventh replenishment of the Global Fund.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Schrijnmacher, for that wonderful, I mean, we're delighted to receive it, $180 million. We're going back to, what was it, euros? There's about parity at the moment, isn't it? Parity,
Let's
parity.
not talk about it too much.
Yes, but yes, correction received with grace. Okay. Now, let's move to Central Africa, West Africa, depending on where you are in this huge, mighty country, because it is La République démocratique du Congo, DRC. And I'm delighted to say the President of the Republic has arrived. Son Excellence, Monsieur Félix Tshisekedi, is with us. And, Monsieur le Président, je vous donne la parole.
Mr. President, you have the floor.
Je regarde, mais je vois pas le Monsieur le Président.
And I don't see him. I'm looking around, but I can't seem to find him.
Un moment. 2 instants.
1 moment, please.
3 secondes.
1 second, 2.
4 pulses.
Another few seconds.
5,
4,
quoi?
5. How many more?
I was assured Monsieur le Président was with us in the room. If he is not, I'm going to move on. Ah, is he here? Monsieur le Président, il est là? Il est pas là. Okay. I'm going to go to Norway, okay? Until Monsieur le Président arrive. And I'm delighted to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Anne Beate Tvinnereim, Minister of International Development from Norway, to give us her report and the pledge of the Kingdom of Norway.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, friends. First, let me thank the US for hosting this event. It will make a difference to millions of lives and to millions of peoples and communities. Congratulations to the Global Fund on your remarkable results. The Global Fund is a key partner for Norway, and we are committed to supporting the fund in getting the world back on track towards ending HIV, tuberculosis and malaria. The increased emphasis on strengthening health systems in the Global Fund strategy and the 7th replenishment investment case is in line with Norwegian priorities. We will continue to promote closer coordination between the various stakeholders in the field of global health. Securing equitable access to tools for prevention, treatment, and diagnostics is a priority for Norway. In this regard, I highlight the importance of UNITAID as a partner for the Global Fund. I also highlight the importance of UNAIDS as a technical partner, supporting grant development and implementation of Global Fund investments. Norway is committed to being a champion for sexual and reproductive health and rights. We value the Global Fund's partnership in this respect. We also welcome the greater focus on climate and environmental issues in your operations and programs. Our ability to reach our shared goals will depend increasingly on domestic and private sector resources, and enhancing country ownership and program sustainability is crucial. Finally, I'm pleased to confirm that Norway's contribution to the Global Fund for the period 2023 to 25 will be Norwegian crowns 2 billion. In today's currency exchange rates, this corresponds to approximately $200 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tvinnereim. I'm just checking my international currency calculator. And yes, thank you very much. Yes, 200 million US, that works. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to Latin America and to Paraguay. And we have His Excellency Mr. Julio Cesar Arriola, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Julio Cesar Arriola from Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Paraguay thanks the United States government, the Global Fund, and all donors. We are firmly engaged in the global effort to fight HIV, TB, and malaria. In this regard, Paraguay has obtained the certification as the first malaria-free country in Latin America, becoming a regional example to follow. This success story demonstrates the importance of investing in adaptable, flexible, and sustainable system for health, and the Global Fund has been instrumental in this effort. We encourage all countries to join this coordinated effort to reach our 2030 goals and make these three diseases no longer a threat for any nation in the world. Paraguay is pleased to announce its commitment to contribute $50,000 to the Global Fund. We really feel honored being here and sharing this moment with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senor Arriola. Malaria-free, the first in Latin America. That's wonderful progress, wonderful progress. Malaria-free, first in Latin America. I thought that deserved extra applause. Now let's move to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we have a minister standing by, His Excellency Dr. Abdallah Al-Rabi'a, Supervisor General of the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center. Your Excellency, over to you on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Heads of state, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank President Biden and also the US government and also the leadership of the Global Fund. Saudi Arabia is one of the top global donors of humanitarian assistance and supporting health sector, which represents one of our top aid priorities. Since the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria was established in 2002, Saudi Arabia has contributed more than $123 million to the fund. As we have witnessed during the COVID-19 pandemic, our alliance is very important for promoting global solidarity. Saudi Arabia is pleased to announce an additional support of $39 million to the Global Fund over the upcoming 3 years, with 30% increase from our last pledge. This is to affirm our global commitment to achieving the goals of the Global Fund to better save lives and improve the well-being of all. Thank you.
Excellency Al-Rabi'a, thank you very much indeed for announcing that increase in support. It's tremendous. We're now going to go to South Africa, literally South Africa, where I bought this fine top. It's called a Mandela shirt. Genuinely, because the late Nelson Rolihlahla, a South African taught me how to say that properly, Rolihlahla Mandela, he pioneered these shirts. So that's, if those of you who've been asking, and I wish somebody would, that's where I bought it from, okay? Wonderful, let's move on to South Africa. And we have the Minister of Health from South Africa with us. So let's invite His Excellency, Dr. Matume Joseph Phala, Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to all the excellencies, the heads of state and heads of government, distinguished guests. I bring you fond greetings from our President, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who unfortunately, due to other commitments, was not able to be with us today. I wish to take this opportunity also to extend our thanks to the Global Fund, which has played a pivotal role in our country in enhancing health and community systems and reduced TB and HIV mortality. So we are here to commit ourselves as a country to the replenishment of the Global Fund. We have noted that the ask from all of us as donors is to pledge at least $18 billion. South Africa has heeded the call, and our President took the lead together with his counterparts in the preparation as African leaders in preparation for this pledging. This demonstrates our country's commitment to the replenishment process. Through our HIV and TB and STI coordination structure called South African National AIDS Council, we have been able to see continued leadership also from other sectors, the civil society and also private sector. We are proud today to report that for the first time, our private sector forum has also followed government by also making a commitment. This indicates that the private sector sees that investment in health is for the good and the well-being of vulnerable population, and we appreciate this. We have worked together very well with the private sector also in our fight against COVID-19. One other area which other speakers have mentioned is also in Southern Africa. Currently in South Africa, we are the chair of what is called the Elimination 8. 8 countries in Southern Africa which is striving to eliminate malaria. So we are very grateful for the progress which has been made in the control against malaria over the last two decades. But we are cognizant of the fact that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have had some reversal in some of the progress which we had made. So we're looking forward to this replenishment and making sure that we can continue our fight to eliminate malaria. We also appreciate the fact that this indeed, this pledging program today is an opportunity for us to take forward the fight against HIV, AIDS, and TB. We have made a lot of strides in our country. We have more than 5 million people on ARVs, very much life-saving. Our life expectancy rose from the lows of 50 years, some few years ago, about 10 years ago, to where we are now in the area of about 65 years as a result of these interventions. So we highly appreciate this support. Over the last 2 decades or so, we have received just over 1.5 billion rand from the Global Fund, and this is highly appreciated. And just in terms of the current allocation as a country over the next 3 years, we have already signed an agreement for $546 million US. So we're looking forward to taking forward our recovery plan after the COVID-19 pandemic devastation. Your Excellencies, I'm proud to announce that in heeding the call, South Africa has made a contribution as agreed of more than 30% of the previous contribution, where today in the previous cycle we contributed $10 million US, and today we are pledging $13,650,000.
Thank you.
Out of which 13 million will be coming from the government, and we are proud to say our private sector has pledged $650,000. So we're making this commitment to the replenishment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Khala. Thank you very much indeed for that commitment from South Africa. Okay, we're going to go to West Africa. On va traverser le continent. We're going to go to the Republic of Togo.
Going to the Republic of
and
Togo.
I'm delighted to say His Excellency Professor Mustafa Mitiyama is going to give us a report from Togo and the pledge from Togo.
Merci.
Thank you kindly.
Excellence,
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Togo, President Soresponga Yassingbe, asked me to transmit my thoughts and thanks to the highest American authorities, and most notably President Joe Biden, for having convened this 7th replenishment cycle for the Global Fund. He also asked me to thank the Global Fund in his name, the donors as well as all the partners that are currently leading a very determined action in the fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. The actions of the Togolese government, hand in hand with the support of all its partners, namely the Global Fund, have made it possible to make significant strides in the fight that we have led against the 3 diseases, with a net improvement of the indicators in Togo. And the struggle that we are leading against these 3 diseases, this is well within the Health and Development Plan of Togo. And the results that we have achieved in the past years are so encouraging that Togo has decided to increase by 50% its commitment to the Global Fund. Consequently, His Excellency, the President, has asked me to announce a contribution of $1.5 million. And we thank you too, Mr. Professor Mitiyama.
From the Republic of Togo, so an increase of 50%. Thank you very much indeed. Togo. And now to my home country. Well, I'm a Ghanaian and I'm a UK guy. And I'm delighted to invite Her Excellency Vicky Ford, Minister of State for Development in the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, to take the floor from a sedentary position.
Thank you, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. What the Global Fund has achieved to date is nothing short of extraordinary. Saving 50 million lives, investing billions in healthcare systems, and providing leadership throughout COVID-19. The United Kingdom was a founding supporter of the Global Fund, and we are its 3rd largest donor. We've contributed more than £4.4 billion to date. That's around $5 billion US. This is just one important part of our contribution from the United Kingdom to fighting preventable diseases around the world. We've also invested over £2 billion in Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, helping to save 15 million lives. We're also helping countries prepare for the rollout of new malaria vaccines. And UK expertise in research and development gives us a unique ability to drive forward innovation that can make a step change in process. So we've invested around £400 million in product development partnerships, which are harnessing the best of British scientific excellence to fight diseases of poverty. Our support for the Innovative Vector Control Consortium has helped it develop groundbreaking technologies. These have averted up to 27 million cases of malaria, including a novel type of bed net, which kills mosquitoes resistant to traditional insecticides. Our £500 million investment in unit aid has supported innovations that have cut the cost of the best paediatric HIV medicines by 75%. This year, we set out our approach to strengthening global health in our international development strategy. As part of that, we will continue to be a strong supporter and contributor to the Global Fund. We will be announcing our pledge in coming weeks. This will be helping to save lives, strengthen health systems, and help countries prepare for and prevent pandemics. And we will work with the Global Fund to fight what counts and make the world a safer place for everyone. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much to Vicky Ford. So from a UK point of view, I'd say pledge pending. Pending, but hopeful of something substantial. Would that be fair? Yes. Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Right, let's go to the Republic of Ireland. And I'm delighted to invite His Excellency Simon Coveney, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Defence of the Republic of Ireland.
No apologies, the Minister isn't here yet. He'll be here shortly at about 2:30.
Is that former Ambassador Gaffey?
It is.
How are you? Those of you who are around on Sunday, you know, it's a little inside joke between me and the Ambassador. Pause for a second. I'll put things on pause just for a second. Okay, so that's going to conclude our government presentations for now. We're now going to move to the private sector and non-governmental partners because they play a pivotal role in the Global Fund. They always have. And to kick off this segment, I'm pleased to welcome Ms. Alison Moore, Chief Executive Officer of Comic Relief US. Alison Moore.
Thank you so much. We are delighted to be here. Comic Relief US is a social impact organization that harnesses the power of entertainment to drive positive change, helping break the cycle of intergenerational poverty in the US and around the world. The Global Fund has proven itself as a true leader in forging innovative and impactful private sector and philanthropic partnerships to ensure that everyone, everywhere, has equitable access to healthcare and life-saving treatment. As proud partners of the Global Fund since 2015, we have contributed over $38 million to the Global Fund's efforts to improve public health outcomes across the world. Since then, we have seen the Global Fund's extraordinary impact. The work supported through our partnership has trained and sustained community health workers, tested and treated malaria cases in children and pregnant mothers, distributed long-lasting insecticidal nets to families most in need, and ensured the provision and building of resilient health systems. For the 7th replenishment, Comic Relief US will continue to support the Global Fund with a $10 million US dollar pledge. But that's not all. That has a generous matching funds that are added from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for now a total of $30 million US dollars. And even that is not all. I should note, with our generous Gates Foundation 2-to-1 match, and also with the US government's also generous 1-to-2 match, our $10 million US pledge becomes a $45 million US dollar commitment. Now you can clap. We look forward to the next phase of our partnership with the Global Fund as we continue to work together to end the health challenges and health inequities faced by most
Your microphone's gone off. Can we Yes, back on.
Thank you. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so we look forward to our next phase of our partnership with the Global Fund as we continue to work together to end the health challenges and health inequities facing some of the world's most vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Alison Moore. That was a wonderful way of just like tantalizing us. You kept it escalating. It was almost exponential, and I welcomed it. Thank you very much indeed. Let's move to Mr. Michael Weinstein, President of AIDS Healthcare Foundation. Michael Weinstein.
Greetings. As the co-founder and president of the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, the largest AIDS NGO in the world, I am proud to add $10 million in support to the mission of the Global Fund. AHF began in 1987 in Los Angeles as the AIDS Hospice Foundation to give a dignified death to patients, primarily gay men who were dying in the hallways of county hospitals. As life expectancy of AIDS patients improved in 1990, we became the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. With the advent of the HIV cocktail in '96, we expanded nationally in order to bring as many people as possible into the lifeboat of treatment. In 2000, before the Global Fund and PEPFAR, while attending the International AIDS Conference in Durban, South Africa, activists pleaded with me for help in bringing treatment to Africa. At that time, only 50,000 people in Africa were receiving medication. As a result, AHF's global program was born. We started with only 100 patients in South Africa and Uganda because the cost of drugs was $5,000 per patient per year. But we activists fought for and won access to generic drugs, resulting in the dramatic scale-up of treatment. 7,000 AHF staff now serve 1.6 million patients in 45 countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, Europe, and the United States. And we can only do it because of the drugs and other supplies paid for by the Global Fund. The Global Fund is unique among all global entities in recognizing the importance of NGOs and including us in their governance, and they are stronger because of it, and it is for that reason that we pledge today. The Global Fund, under the leadership of Peter Sands, has a stellar record of fairly and effectively distributing funding with input from all constituencies. The last 3 years has taught us that the world requires a new global public health convention based on transparency, accountability, and coordination. AHF believes that the Global Fund, based on its track record, is best positioned to make this happen. So we strongly urge all the donors and implementers to support the immediate expansion of the mandate of the Global Fund to encompass all infectious diseases. 6 million people have died of COVID, and trillions of dollars of wealth have been destroyed. And yet we must have sessions such as this to beg the world community for their support. But supporting global health is not charity. It is essential to our collective security. Thank you.
Indeed, to Michael Weinstein, yes. Collective security. Thank you very much indeed. Well, there are a lot of powerful foundations in this room. They're all supporting the Global Fund towards a common purpose, and one of them is the Rockefeller Foundation. And I'm delighted to invite its president, Dr. Rajiv J. Shah, to announce on behalf of Rockefeller.
Thank you. We thank President Biden, Administrative Power, and the Global Fund CEO, Peter Sands, for hosting this extraordinarily important event. The Rockefeller Foundation has been involved in global health for more than 100 years. And in that period of time, we believe the Global Fund is one of the most innovative, results-oriented partnerships to ever be created in global cooperation. The results have been extraordinary, but the COVID-19 pandemic has set back progress significantly. Furthermore, we look out to the near future and we see food, fuel, and debt crises that will create only more vulnerability and more suffering on top of climate change and the absolute certainty that we will face more frequent future pandemics. It's in that context that we are incredibly supportive of the Global Fund's vision of using the Laboratory Systems Strengthening Catalytic Fund to help ensure that Global Fund investments around the world build the capacity to provide diagnostic support to health systems across the planet. Given that, the Rockefeller Foundation is proud to pledge another $15 million to the Global Fund for this replenishment and for laboratory strengthening. We are also pleased to announce the Abbott Fund, a philanthropic foundation of the global healthcare company Abbott, will join in this pledge with an additional $5 million. The Global Fund's efforts to build this laboratory capacity around the planet will help prevent future pandemics and help accelerate progress against AIDS, TB, malaria, and other endemic diseases, including COVID-19, that will continue to be problematic without further accelerated action. Thank you.
Rockefeller, thank you very much indeed for that pledge. Let's move to Anglo American PLC, and we have Mr. Jan Klaviter, Head of International Policy at Anglo American. Mr. Klaviter.
Good afternoon, and Excellencies, distinguished guests. I'm truly honored, humbled, and excited to be representing Anglo American here at this session, amongst so many of you from the public and private sectors. At Anglo American, we're driven by our overarching purpose, which is reimagining mining to improve people's lives. As a mining company with a strong footprint in South Africa, we've had a long-standing history and commitment to fight against infectious diseases. We've used our footprint across the world to enable access to health services for our employees, for their families, and for the communities in which we operate. The partnership with the Global Fund, in particular, has enabled us to be particularly successful in our support to those people affected by HIV and TB, as the Honourable Minister from South Africa has actually mentioned earlier on. Therefore, we're delighted today to pledge $15 million to the Digital Health Catalytic Fund as an anchor partner, and therewith continue our long-standing partnership and collaboration with the Global Fund. Digital health is a vital enabler, not only for directly improving health systems, but for facilitating the delivery of quality care to the most vulnerable in our communities. Our commitment, therefore, is to supporting those most vulnerable people, especially women and children, to access the right care at the right time in the right place. As private sector, we know that through our contribution to this strategic initiative, we can catalyze and accelerate regional and country-level achievement of national programs that rely on functioning community health frameworks. With that, I close, and thank you very much for the opportunity to renew our pledge, and look forward to working with Peter's team on the ground.
Excellent. Thank you very much to Jan Klaviter from Anglo American PLC. Let's move now to the Johnson & Johnson Foundation, and we have the Managing Director, a Global Head of Global Public Health Policy there, Mr. Martin Fitchett.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Johnson & Johnson is a proud and long-standing partner of the Global Fund. We share with the fund a deep commitment to the fight against the three diseases, and our scientists have worked to discover new ways to treat and prevent HIV and tuberculosis for decades. Additionally, we are proud to support frontline health workers and programs to strengthen the systems needed to ensure equitable access to life-saving medicines and technologies. Demonstrating the power of public-private partnership, we are advancing a worldwide coalition of companies committed to ending tuberculosis in their workforces and applying our consumer insights and our marketing expertise to behavior change programs aimed to bring more patients into care. Today, through the Johnson & Johnson Foundation, we're proud to commit $15 million in support of the Africa Frontline First Catalytic Fund, which will help build an expanded and professionalized force of 200,000 community health workers in up to 10 African countries. As the backbone of strong health systems, the case for the fund is simple and proven. If we solve the challenges facing health workers, we will improve healthcare for everyone. The Global Fund has a proven track record of catalyzing the action needed to save lives. And we sincerely hope our investment today will inspire others to join Johnson & Johnson and the Global Fund in fighting for what counts. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Martin Fitchett. Now, the Skoll Foundation catalyzes transformational social change by investing in a wide variety of actors. And it is here, it's present in the room. We have its President and Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Marla Blow, who's going to talk on behalf of the Skoll Foundation.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my pleasure to represent the Skoll Foundation today with a pledge of $10 million to the Africa Frontline First Catalytic Fund hosted by the Global Fund. Africa Frontline First is a collaborative initiative under the leadership of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. It supports the scaling and strengthening of community health delivery in African countries. The Africa Frontline First Catalytic Fund combines the might of the Global Fund with the deep proximity and expertise of local social innovators. As we all know, the disruption of the pandemic caused us to lose ground on the fight against HIV, TB, and malaria. However, research shows that community health workers who were properly supported and paid were able to lead COVID-19 response and prevention efforts in their communities while also maintaining essential services. The community health workforce drives progress on neglected pandemics. It responds to future outbreaks before they become pandemics. And at the heart of this initiative is a moral and strategic imperative. If we ask community health workers to be on the front lines of HIV, TB, malaria, and other pandemics, then we need to support them. They need to be equipped and properly compensated for their work. Most community health workers are women, and over 80% are not paid. This matching fund will unlock more financing for community health from the Global Fund and others. The Africa Frontline First Catalytic Fund will support up to 10 countries who have the political will and ability to scale community health. The fund will help these countries get on their desired path towards stronger, proximate health systems that reach people where they are. We're incredibly excited about the potential impact of Africa Frontline First and the Africa Frontline First Catalytic Fund. We need other funders and partners to stand alongside community health workers to build up and finance the health and pandemic workforce of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed to Ms. Marla Blow from the Skoll Foundation. Now, the Outcome Fund for Fevers is a new performance-based financing initiative aimed at scaling fever testing, treatment, and digital reporting through the private sector in sub-Saharan Africa. They're present in the room, and present to speak on their behalf is Mr. Martin Edlund, the Chief Executive of Malaria No More, on behalf of Global Citizen, NPX, and Malaria No More. Martin Edlund.
Thanks very much. Great to be with everyone today. As many of us know, malaria is what we call an acute febrile illness. A febrile illness because a child spikes 103-degree fever and their parents race them to a clinic or a pharmacy hoping that they have a test and a treatment to save their life. It's an acute illness because you can die within 24 hours of the onset of those symptoms. There are an estimated 2 billion fevers a year in sub-Saharan Africa. The good news is we have the tools to stop those deaths. A 35-cent rapid diagnostic test and a $1 full course of treatment that if you get this, you do not die from that febrile malaria case. The other bit of good news is that thanks to the Global Fund and the US President's Malaria Initiative, we are finding and fighting those fevers at scale in the public sector. 275 million fevers each year are tested and treated for malaria, thanks to the generosity of so many people expressed here in the room today. But that's only half the battle. It's only half the battle because half of patients go to the private sector when they have a fever. And in the private sector, 87% of fevers don't get tested. Too often they're treated with poor quality and counterfeit drugs. That delays treatment, it leads to antimicrobial resistance, and it blinds governments to the emergence of new febrile illnesses. So our solution is the Outcome Fund for Fevers. We're going to use product subsidies and performance payments to scale testing, quality treatment, and digital reporting in the private sector across sub-Saharan Africa. So when that mother shows up at a pharmacy, they have the test and treatment to save that child's life. The Outcome Fund for Fever is a catalytic fund hosted by the Global Fund. As you heard, it's a great example of the innovation that the Global Fund continues to put forward. So on behalf of the partners of the Outcome Fund for Fevers, Malaria No More, the Clinton Health Access Initiative, Global Citizen, and NPX, we're proud to commit today to raise at least $25 million over the next 3 years to find and fight fevers, to save lives from malaria, and to contribute to the 20 million lives that the Global Fund will save in the next 3 years. Let me say finally that as an American, I'm incredibly inspired and proud of the vision and leadership of President Biden and the U.S. administration. Nous sommes ensemble, nous sommes engagés, et bonne continuation pour la lutte.
We are committed to this fight against malaria and all other.
Zéro palume, je m'engage.
Zero malaria. I commit
Zéro
to
palume,
zero
je m'engage. So
malaria.
Kind of like, you know, let's kill off malaria. It kind of starts with me. Yeah, c'est bon. Right. CIFF, the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. Well, they're an independent philanthropic organization. Many of you will know who they are, working with a wide range of partners to transform the lives of children and adolescents. They are also in the room, and we have the Executive Director on Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights, Mr. Miles Kempley, speaking on behalf of CIFF. Miles, where are you?
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here representing CIFF and our founder, Sir Chris Hone. This is the second time that we are making a commitment to the Global Fund. Back in 2019, we supported the Global Fund to scale HIV self-testing, which became an even more important intervention during COVID. And thanks to the Global Fund, HIV self-testing is now benefiting those communities where millions are living with HIV but do not know their status. Today, we are at a pivotal moment for HIV prevention, where we as a global community are off track. New tools and choices, especially pre-exposure prophylaxis or PrEP, can dramatically cut your risk of acquiring HIV and break the cycle of HIV transmission. That access to these biomedical and behavioral interventions is still deeply inequitable, is an injustice that we must all prioritize and rapidly overcome. As such, CIFF will commit $33 million to the Global Fund Replenishment, a 30% increase. This will kickstart a catalytic fund for HIV prevention to take to scale access to PrEP for hundreds of thousands of those who are most vulnerable. We call on country coordinating mechanisms to take full advantage of this new fund, make PrEP a priority, reach those who need it most, and leave no one behind. Thank you.
Kempley, speaking on behalf of CIFF and Sir Chris Hone. Well, we now have the final voice from our private sector segment, and it's going to be a joint statement from the private sector delegation and an announcement of grouped pledges from other private sector donors. And the voice that will now talk to you belongs to Mr. Sherwin Charles, co-founder and CEO of Goodbye Malaria, who's going to represent the private sector. Sherwin Charles.
Thanks, Henry, and I'm glad, as a South African, that you're up there representing. And I do know you have the love for the peri-peri of Nando's, so well done. Ending malaria is definitely in sight. We have the people, we have the tools, and with the Global Fund, we have the resources. So ensuring that we have a successful replenishment is not negotiable. I'm proud today to announce Goodbye Malaria's pledge of $5.5 million. Our commitment will help drive malaria elimination in Southern Africa and will lead and catalyze the continent to follow. It is important that as the private sector, we step up to the call and heed what is needed by the Global Fund. We believe and have seen that domestic resources drive programmatic results and are proud to be a domestic funder to the Global Fund. I would also like to thank and recognize the private sector companies who are part of the private sector constituency of the Global Fund. These companies invest millions of dollars in research, helping us bring new treatments, diagnostics, technologies, and tools to the fight against these 3 pandemics. It is also now my honor to announce the following private sector pledges. Rotary Australia World Community Service, $12 million. Ms. Duong, $3 million. Catholic Relief Services, $3 million. Plan International, $2.3 million. The SMJR Foundation, $1 million. The J.C. Flowers Foundation, $1 million. Takeda, $2.6 million, and that's being converted at the current exchange rate from Japanese yen. GlaxoSmithKline, $2 million pounds, which is $2.3 million. And last but not least, Medtronic Labs of $100,000. That gives us a grand total from the private sector that I've announced of $32.3 million. Thank you.
Tremendous. Thank you very much to Sherwin Charles, co-founder and CEO of Goodbye Malaria, representing the private sector there. So that concludes our private sector segment. And now we're going to go back to our government donors as we have even more pledges. And I'm delighted to invite Her Excellency Madame Marina Sereni, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation from Italia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish to thank the United States for hosting today's 7th replenishment of the Global Fund. Italy wishes to commend the Global Fund for its relentless commitment to fighting HIV, TB, and malaria that has saved over 50 million lives over the past 2 decades. In 2001, in Genoa, at the G8 summit hosted by Italy, the Global Fund to fight HIV, malaria, and TB was launched. Italy has supported the Global Fund since its inception and has invested over 1.2 billion euros in it. At the last replenishment in 2019 in Lyon, Italy increased its contribution by 60%, pledging 161 million euro for the period 2020-2022. Italy, the 9th contributor of the Global Fund, indeed feels a sort of guardianship over this public-private partnership, whose relentless work on the 3 diseases and resilient health system at large we deem crucial. COVID-19 has overwhelmed health systems and disrupted health services provisions. Because of the pandemic, we are at a critical juncture in the fight against HIV, malaria, and TB, as resources to fight them have been distracted. Last year, Italy hosted the Global Fund 20th anniversary in the framework of the UN General Assembly High-Level Week as a stepping stone to today's replenishment. Today, I wish to confirm the Italian steady commitment to the Global Fund for the upcoming cycle, while Italy will provide incremental updates in the coming weeks as appropriate. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille, Signora Sereni, for that contribution on behalf of Italy. Let's go back into Africa, into the center, slightly to the east, and the Republic of Rwanda. And we have the Minister of Foreign Affairs standing by, Dr. Vincent Biruta. Your Excellency.
It's an honor for me to take part in this important event and deliver the following remarks on behalf of His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, since its establishment 20 years ago, the Global Fund has enabled our countries to save tens of millions of lives. The HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria epidemics can be controlled and one day eliminated altogether. In the process of doing so, thanks to Global Fund support, our health systems have grown more resilient and professional across the board. It is critically important that we all step up to make sure that the Global Fund's ambitious program of work for the next 3 years is fully funded. I want to take a moment to commend the leadership of President Biden and the United States government for leading the 7th replenishment and for being among the first to make a major funding commitment. Today, I am pleased to announce that Rwanda is pledging $3,250,000, which represent a 30% increase over the last round. Working together, we can get back on track with this crucial public health agenda. I thank you for your kind attention.
Minister Biruta, thank you very much indeed. Now, I was a bit premature when I announced him earlier, but I'm looking across and I can see him in the room because I see him on television all the time. If you're living in the UK, he's never off it. He is the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Defence for the Republic of Ireland, His Excellency Mr. Simon Coveney. Simon.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad you noticed me in the UK. I appreciate that.
Good to see you.
I'm honoured to join you at this pledging session for the Global Fund's 7th replenishment. Better health and well-being for all by 2030 is a priority for Ireland, and we have a strong and long-standing commitment to ending the epidemics of HIV, TB and malaria. The COVID-19 pandemic has set us back. It has exposed the deep inequity of our global health system, but it has also shown where strengths lie. That strength lies in our multilateral institutions and our collaborative partnerships, such as this Global Fund. Before and since the pandemic, the Global Fund has been a strong, effective and dependable actor. Working with partners like UNAIDS, the Fund has cemented its position as a global leader in the fight against HIV, TB and malaria. The true impact of this partnership extends even beyond the results we've seen for these 3 diseases. Many of the victories we count amongst the global COVID-19 response can be attributed to the long-standing investments in health system strengthening that have been facilitated by this fund. As a founding member of the Global Fund, I am proud of Ireland's long-term partnership. We've seen firsthand the life-changing work of the organisation. 50 million lives saved since 2002. That is 10 times the population of my own country. We know that thanks to the strategic interventions by the Fund, TB programmes are starting to recover following the devastating impact of the pandemic. We know that testing and treatment for malaria is bouncing back too, and 1.4 million people received life-saving therapy for HIV last year. Yet we're still a long way from ending these diseases. Without a sustained commitment to resourcing the genuine global partnership, the harsh reality is that people will continue to die needlessly. This is not acceptable. Ireland will play its part in the global effort to do what's needed to end HIV and AIDS, to end TB and to end malaria. I'm delighted to confirm that the Government in Ireland will increase its contribution to the Global Fund by 30%, providing a total of €65 million over the next 3 years. We we'll play our part, or at least do what we can, in the effort to save 20 million more lives. We're here with you in the fight for what counts. Thank you very much.
Simon Covey, Your Excellency, thank you very much indeed. 30% increase from the Republic of Ireland. Wonderful. We're going to stay in Europe now. We're going to go to Portugal, Portuguese Republic. And the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation is standing by, Mr. Francisco Andre from Portugal.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the US for hosting this important conference. We have all seen the transformative impact that the Global Fund has. Thank you. Yes. We have all seen the transformative impact that the Global Fund has in the lives of individuals, families, communities and nations. The Global Fund partnership has saved 50 million lives in the past 2 decades. Yet, we are now at a critical juncture. Many countries have seen their health situation worsen due to the COVID-19 pandemic, with the 3 diseases increasing in numbers and victims for the first time in 20 years. We have to keep fighting against these diseases, while at the same time striving for the resilience of health systems and universal health coverage in every country, built on strong primary health care that puts people first. Portugal is fully committed to this global partnership and is a long-standing partner of the Global Fund. I am honored to announce that Portugal will contribute with 1.5 million euros to the Global Fund for the next 3 years, responding positively to the request for a 30% increase with relation to the previous replenishment. This is not just about fighting against AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria. Our collective commitment is also critical for poverty reduction and for the achieving progress towards the fulfillment of SG3 and the global community's ambitious 2030 universal health care. Thank you.
Secretary Andre, on behalf of Portugal, thank you very much indeed for that contribution. All right, we're going to Scandinavia now, indeed Sweden, because we have the State Secretary for International Development Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, standing by. She is Ms. Jenny Olsen for Sweden.
Hello. Hello, thank you very much. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, these are very challenging times, but there are some beacons of hope. One of them is the important work by the Global Fund. For 20 years, the fund has contributed to tackling some of the most devastating diseases we know. But let me also stress the Global Fund's huge impact on health equity, social and economic development, and health systems. None of these achievements would have been possible without the tireless efforts of implementing partners, health workers, civil society, Global Fund staff, and many others across the world. Sweden has been a committed contributor from the very beginning and remain a leading donor per capita. For this 7th replenishment, Sweden has made an early pledge to further increase our contribution to approximately $280 million for 2023 to 2025. These funds, we hope that they will contribute to realizing the new Global Fund strategy focused on combating the 3 diseases, strengthening health systems, and promoting sexual and reproductive health and rights. Thank you once again to the US government and President Biden for hosting this 7th replenishment, and to all of you here who are contributing to the beacon of hope that is the Global Fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Jenny Olsen. 280 million USD, that's a significant pledge, punching above your weight on the international scene. Thank you very much. Right, well, I stole that line from Douglas Hurd, a former British Foreign Secretary, and I liked it. It stuck with me. Let's move to Australia. Let's go down under and hear from the Ambassador for Regional Health Security for Australia, Ambassador Stephanie Williams, who's standing by.
Excellencies and friends, I have the honour of speaking on behalf of Australia's Foreign Minister, Senator the Honourable Penny Wong. The Global Fund is a unique and powerful model, combining finance, expertise and community engagement to deliver impressive results. Australia is a long-standing supporter, with cumulative contributions of almost $1 billion Australian dollars since 2004. The Fund's work is characterised by country ownership, efficiency and agility, never more so than during the pandemic. whether by delivering mosquito nets by motorbike, adjusting HIV drug regimens for lockdowns, or surging support to health systems through the COVID-19 response mechanism, the Global Fund was quick to adapt to changing circumstances. But despite our collective best efforts, COVID has set us back, and once again we must adapt. In Australia, we are particularly conscious of the challenge posed by tuberculosis across Asia and some countries in the Pacific, and the ongoing burden of HIV/AIDS and key populations. We also see opportunities to achieve malaria elimination in parts of Southeast Asia and the Pacific. As the pandemic recedes, the Australian Government will be increasing direct support to countries of the Pacific and Southeast Asia on all aspects of infectious disease prevention, treatment and control, drawing on the best public health expertise that Australia and the region has to offer. Our support to the Pacific and Southeast Asian regions will be in tandem with continued financing to effective multilateral health mechanisms, such as the Global Fund. I am pleased, therefore, to announce that the Australian Government will increase its contribution to the Global Fund by 10%, contributing 266 million Australian dollars to the 7th replenishment. We look forward to supporting the Global Fund's forward agenda. Australia thanks President Biden and the United States Government for hosting the 7th replenishment. Thank you.
It's another hefty contribution. Thank you very much to Australia, 266 USD. Right, so from Australia we're going to go to the Mediterranean and to Cyprus. And I'm delighted to invite Ambassador Andreas Hadjichrysanthou, Permanent Representative of Cyprus, to the UN. Ambassador.
Thank you, and congratulations for pronouncing my name correctly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Cyprus is thankful for this timely event to show the international community's commitment in the fight against HIV/AIDS, malaria and tuberculosis. The Republic of Cyprus remains focused on the targets set by the World Health Organization for elimination of HIV, tuberculosis and malaria. Unconditional access to medical care remains our #1 priority as defined by our national policy and statements derived from the European WHO high-level meeting on health and migration. Regarding eliminating HIV transmission, our goal is reaching the novel targets set by WHO for 2030. Through the constant changes in epidemiology, we dynamically modify our national policies accordingly to meet the targets set for ending HIV transmission within the concept of zero stigmatization and universal access to medical care. The Republic of Cyprus remains committed to the World Health Organization goal of eliminating tuberculosis and has for many years developed a strategy for the control and containment of tuberculosis in Cyprus. In 2016, the new integrated strategic program for dealing with tuberculosis was implemented, which includes the instruction to all health professionals for preventive measures, control, detection, and laboratory diagnosis of tuberculosis, as well as the treatment and hospitalization of the patients when necessary. The Republic of Cyprus pledges to contribute the amount of 100,000 euros for the year 2023 towards the Global Fund. Together, we are committed and we can get the world back on track to achieve the target of defeating these 3 diseases by 2030. I conclude by congratulating the organizers of this event. I thank you.
Ambassador Hadjichrysanthou, thank you very much indeed. Let's move to Liechtenstein, in the heart of Europe. And we have the ambassador, the permanent mission. Aha, are we telling me that Liechtenstein is not? Okay. We're going to move to Luxembourg. And we have Ambassador Olivier Mais, who is the permanent representative of Luxembourg to the United Nations, right here in New York. Ambassador Mais. Into the room.
That's correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonsu. Thank you for giving me the floor. Luxembourg thanks the United States for organizing this important conference. Luxembourg has made world health one of its priorities in its policies for cooperation and development for several years. In this context, we have also always supported the Global Fund since its inception 20 years ago. And thanks to the Global Fund, many speakers have said it, more than 50 million lives have been saved from AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Yet too many people are still dying from these diseases, and too many health systems in the process of consolidating universal health coverage have been disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We must therefore make up for lost time and redouble our efforts to fight these diseases. It is essential for the Global Fund to mobilize at least $18 billion to achieve its mission. Luxembourg was among the first donors to announce its financial contribution last spring to the Global Fund's 7th replenishment, with an increase of 30% over the previous round. Luxembourg is committed, therefore, to supporting the Global Fund with 11.7 million euros. I would repeat, 11.7 million euros over the next 3 years. And intends to support the Global Fund in its mission to the best of its ability. Thank you for your attention. We are delighted to be participating in this important event. We also thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Luxembourg, thank you.
We're going back down under to New Zealand. We have the Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations of that country, and that ambassador is Justin Fepuleahi. Ambassador, are you here?
I am indeed, behind the camera. Thank you very much indeed. And New Zealand thanks the United States of America for hosting the 7th Replenishment Conference for the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria. I'm delighted to be here today to express New Zealand's strong support for the work of the Global Fund to defeat these 3 devastating diseases and accelerate progress towards Sustainable Development Goal 3. There is literally living proof of the Global Fund's impact. By the end of 2021, as others have noted today, 50 million lives were saved through health programs supported by the Global Fund partnership. And as a country in and of the Pacific, New Zealand welcomes the Global Fund's 62% increase in investment in the Pacific region. This funding will support a stronger focus on prevention, saving more lives, and strengthening health and communities systems. New Zealand recognises the vital importance of being a reliable partner and providing early, predictable and flexible funding. At the Global Fund's 6th replenishment, we increased our pledge by 2/3. We are delighted that for the 7th replenishment, New Zealand will maintain the increased level of contribution with our pledge of 2.5 million New Zealand dollars, that's about 1.47 million US dollars. New Zealand acknowledges the devastating impact of COVID-19 on the world and the tireless work of the Global Fund to respond and adapt to COVID-19 and to protect the hard-won gains in achieving its core mandate. New Zealand was pleased to support these efforts, providing 8 million New Zealand dollars, or about 4.7 million US dollars, to the Global Fund's COVID-19 response mechanism in June. This also reflected our commitment to increasing access for developing countries to life-saving tools and COVID-19 countermeasures. We applaud all who have made pledges towards the Global Fund's 7th replenishment goal of 18 billion US dollars, restoring us to the path to progress. It is only through global cooperation and collective action that we can save millions more lives, protect vulnerable people by preventing infection, and eliminate HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria forever. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Fepuleahi, thank you very much for bringing that to our attention on behalf of New Zealand. Let's go back to Scandinavia and indeed to Denmark, and we have the Director for Multilateral Affairs, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Kingdom of Denmark, Mr. Sigurd Halling. Sigurd Halling.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, and thank you to the US and the organizers of this important and timely event. The right to health for all is a cornerstone of Denmark's development policy, and the Global Fund remains a key partner in this regard. The consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic have underscored the crucial need for resilient health systems to end HIV, TB, and malaria as epidemics. Denmark strongly supports the Global Fund's comprehensive approach, including its efforts to addressing sexual and reproductive health and rights in its HIV, TB, and malaria programs. The COVID-19 pandemic has had significant secondary consequences and disrupted access to health services across the world. Therefore, there's a strong need for the global health community to continue to prioritize global health and global health security while retaining commitment to other key health priorities. Denmark is committed to continue the support to the global fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. It is therefore the Danish government's intention to pledge approximately $50.5 million over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to Sigurd Halling on behalf of Denmark. Let's get back into East Africa, the home of the Masai Mara, the home of my athletic hero, Eliud Kipchoge. Kenya, yes indeed. And we have the head of the Directorate of Public Health in the Ministry of Health. He is Dr. Francis Kuria. Dr. Kuria. I'm looking hard for Dr. Kuria. I saw him this morning. Where is he?
Excellencies, heads of state, and government's chair of the Global Fund Board, Dr. Kaberuka, the executive director, Dr. Peter Sands, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed delighted to join you on behalf of the President of the Republic of Kenya during this Global Fund's 7th Replenishment Pledging Session. And we do this as we mark the 2 decades of global partnership. Kenya remains one of the main beneficiaries of grants from the Global Fund. And since 2002, the Global Fund has provided over $1.8 billion to Kenya to supplement the government's efforts in ending TB, HIV, AIDS, and malaria pandemics, and more recently COVID-19, while strengthening the health and community systems. These funds have significantly contributed to the decline in the prevalence of TB rates by up to 46%, a reduction in the HIV death rate by 67%, while increasing the number of people living with HIV on the life-saving antiretroviral treatment to over 83%, in addition to the overall reduction of infant and child mortality due to malaria from 30% in 2010 to 18% in 2021. With the recognition of the Global Fund's direction towards establishing resilient and sustainable systems for health, there is an emerging need to align national and development partners' priorities to support of innovation, research and development, and local manufacturing of health commodities in the Global South, particularly Sub-Saharan Africa. Self-reliance in essential and specialized health commodities will fast-track the push towards the attainment of universal health coverage. In that regard, Kenya continues to call on the Global Fund to support these efforts as we collectively strive towards ensuring population health now and in the future. During the 6th Replenishment Conference, the Republic of Kenya pledged $6 million, and previously, during the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Global Fund Replenishment Cycles, Kenya pledged and honored $8.273, $2 million, and $5 million, respectively. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in solidarity with other partners globally, and to demonstrate our commitment to save lives, Kenya, on behalf of the President, the government is pledging $10 million during the 7th Global Fund Replenishment Conference. an increment of 40% from the amount the government of Kenya pledged during the sixth replenishment. Let us together fight for what counts and mobilize the much-needed resources to end the epidemics of HIV, TB, and malaria. I thank you.
Thank you indeed, Dr. Kuria. Kenya's highest ever pledge, 10 million USD. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to go from East Africa to the Middle East, and indeed to Kuwait. And waiting to tell us what Kuwait plans for the next 3 years is Mr. Walid Al-Bahar, Deputy Director General at the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development. Dr. Al-Bahar.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Kuwait Fund, I would like to express my appreciation and thanks to the government of the United States and the Global Fund for the kind invitation to participate in this important meeting. After a long term of corona pandemic and joining all partners in this vital event under the title Fight for What Counts campaign, which brings all forces together under the umbrella of the Global Fund to fight against some of the deadliest diseases by defeating AIDS, TB, and malaria by 2030 and save millions of lives. Kuwait Fund joined supporting Global Fund campaign since the third replenishment and continue to affirm its long-term commitment to support the Global Fund to achieve its successful conclusion and to reach its main objective. Kuwait Fund has the great pleasure of continuing to support of the Global Fund 7th replenishment by contributing an amount of 6 million and to increase it to 8 million, an increase by 33%, subject to approval of Kuwait Fund Board of Directors. Thank you.
We're building up all the time, building up all the time. But don't worry, you'll get your break very, very soon. As I said, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We're going to try and raise those $18 billion. And now, let's go to Spain. And I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. José Manuel Álvarez, Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation. Well, he's the first person so far to have some live music with his name. Now I know why. Because it's not going to be the person, the aforementioned. We have live here in the room His Excellency, Mr. Pedro Sanchez, Prime Minister of Spain. Your Excellency, you're the first person today to have a live soundtrack to your name, so you are most invited.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is a very timely conference because we need the Global Fund to redouble its efforts. COVID-19 has had and still has terrible collateral effects, and perhaps we only start realizing so now as we are leaving the worst of the pandemic behind us. So we must undo the setback COVID-19 has inflicted on the fight against AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, and we must fast forward to defeat the three of them. Fortunately, there is room for optimism since much has been achieved over the past 20 years. But we cannot be self-indulgent. Much remains to be done. Everyone who needs it should have access to the right treatments, especially the most vulnerable and developing countries. The Global Fund has been working to defeat pandemics for 20 years, but perhaps after COVID-19, the world understands better that through collective efforts, we can make a lot of progress. My government, the government of Spain, has supported the Global Fund since the beginning, and we keep doing so. Today, I am happy to announce that Spain will contribute 130 million euros over the next 3 years, which represents a 30% increase from 2019. Thank you. Thank you. I'm hopeful that we have learned much from the past 3 years. We should be better prepared for the next pandemic. We are improving the already existing mechanism and creating new ones, such as the international instrument we are negotiating within the World Health Organization, or like the Financial Intermediary Fund for Prevention, Preparedness and Response to pandemics. I am happy to announce as well that Spain will contribute 15 million euros, 15 million euros, to this new fund that will help developing countries in those 3 critical dimensions: prevention, preparedness, and response to pandemics. It is vital to do so after all we have gone through over the past 3 years. Allow me to insist once again, health is a global public good. I'm sure no one will question that today. So I would like to close by thanking and congratulating the Global Fund for their daily work. You have all our support. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed for that hefty pledge on behalf of Spain. It's now my pleasure to announce additional pledges on behalf of donors who could not be with us today. First, the government of Belgium, a long-standing partner of the Global Fund, is pledging 30 million euros over the next 2 years. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Belgium. And Morocco is pledging 1.29 million euros for the 7th replenishment. This is the very first pledge from the Kingdom of Morocco, and we are pleased to welcome them to the donor community of the Global Fund. So thank you, everyone. What an amazing show of support. But we are not done yet. When we come back, we'll be joined by Ms. Priyanka Chopra Jonas, who'll be opening the final pledging session. So we'll give you a nice little break now. How long should the break be, colleagues? Should we give them 15 minutes or so? They've been a very good audience. 15 minutes? Do they deserve 20? No, 15. You have 15 minutes. And then we'll resume for the final push down the home straight, and we have to try and get to the summit, the 18 billion USD. But for now, take a little pause, and we'll see you again in about 15 or so minutes. Thank you very much indeed.
Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues.
please take your seats. Everyone, please take your seats. Thank you.
Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another.
Attention everyone, please take your seats. We need everyone to take their seats. Thank you. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers invités, please, would you kindly take your seats? The final segment of our day's pledging is about to begin, and we don't want to start without you sitting comfortably. So please, kindly take your seats. And if you recognize that voice, yes, it's me, Henry Bonsu, speaking to you from somewhere else as we approach the final push towards $18 billion. Thank you very much indeed for your cooperation. welcome to the stage Ms. Priyanka Chopra Jonas.
Good afternoon, everyone, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests. It is my honor to be with you here today. So as New York City is the home of Batman, I'm feeling that we need to do something extremely heroic today. That was supposed to be funny. I think it was a little funny. Seriously, the decisions made in this room will impact the lives of millions and millions of people around the world. And the effects will be felt for generations to come. The Global Fund Partnership has been able to save 50 million lives over the past 2 decades, precisely because on other occasions, just like today, the world came together and took bold action. As a result of that collective action, HIV is no longer a death sentence. TB treatment has been revolutionized, and tens and millions of children and their families can protect themselves from malaria. Overall, deaths from these 3 entirely preventable diseases were cut by more than half, and that is a remarkable achievement. We all know why we are here today. The Global Fund needs $18 billion to save 20 million more lives and to prevent 450 million new infections. Now, these are enormous numbers. The challenge when talking in millions and billions is that it can distract from what counts the most. And as we all know, that is every single life. Every single life is impacted by the work of the Global Fund Partnership, and that is why we all are here. I truly felt the enormity of the task on a visit to Zimbabwe with UNICEF, with each adolescent person I met living with HIV. I witnessed peer-supported interventions led by young people living with HIV, provide HIV-positive children and their families the knowledge, the skills, the confidence that they needed to stay safe. They still have to cope with the associated stigma and discrimination people living with HIV have to deal with, but they didn't have to fear death by the disease. They were relieved they could live much longer, healthier lives, and that there were programs for them to meet other people going through the same experiences as them. Their families in high-density areas. They're members of the LGBTQI community who face stigma and discrimination for simply being who they are. They are children affected by conflict and crises all over the world, which they have no control of or any choice. And they are the millions of people who simply cannot afford basic health care. This is their truth. As the daughter of 2 physicians who was born and raised in India, I have seen the devastating impact of these diseases in my home country, as well as the remarkable progress that has been made in the recent years. Malaria cases and deaths have drastically reduced in India. However, India still has the world's highest burden of TB, with more TB-related deaths than any other country. Now, while we reflect on the tremendous progress we've made, we must also balance these gains with the urgent need to do more. We know investing in health pays off. It makes economic sense, but it is also a right, a moral imperative. It is said that the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable. What is our measure here today? How are we about to treat those that need access to health care wherever they call home? That is what we are here today, and that is what our responsibility here is. I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Connie Mudenda. Ms. Mudenda is a Red Ambassador and AIDS activist working to fight stigma, encourage people to get tested, and educate people living with HIV/AIDS about the importance of adhering to treatment. Connie, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Connie Mudenda. I'm here with RED, the organization I've worked with for the past 15 years. Growing up in Zambia, I would never have imagined I would share a platform with presidents and prime ministers. But the story of my life has many twists, which brought me here to New York City, standing here among all of you. I contracted HIV unknowingly. This was at a time where HIV lived in whispers and fears. But it killed at an unimaginable pace. The deadly virus took 3 of my children. 3. The treatments were available. They existed, but not for people like us. Not for so many of my African brothers and sisters. Preventable and treatable, yes, but only for some. HIV would have taken me too, but then free ARVs came. To be clear, it wasn't a miracle. This story is all about the hard-working activists who got loud and, more importantly, stayed loud. The hard-working doctors and nurses, community health care workers who put in the long days and sleepless nights to ensure that tests and drugs got where they needed to go. The hard work of every government leader in here who fought for dollars to save lives when he or she would have turned a blind eye to people outside their polling stations. And the CEOs and their hardworking employees who put those beautiful red brackets around their company logos. They keep stories and lives like mine alive. And they make sure the injustice that still exists today will soon be a story of the past. Hard work is what the Global Fund does best. Years of action and billions of dollars has meant millions of people alive today. And their stories go on like mine. My daughter, Lubona, is here with me today. Lubona, you can come. My daughter was born HIV-free. She is part of the HIV-free generation that we are striving for. She will celebrate her 10th birthday this November. She wants to be a doctor. Her story has yet to be written, but it's off to a great start. Thanks to the people in this room. Our work is not finished, and to make sure it goes on, I'm here today to announce RED's pledge of $150 million. Thank you, Ndalumba, Zikomo, Merci, Litumezi, and Natotera. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea.
바이든 대통령님, 카베루카 의장님, 지도자 여러분, 그리고 참석자 여러분, 에이즈 결핵
I would like to express my deepest appreciation to President Biden for his leadership in the fight against the three epidemics, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. What seemed 20 years ago as unbeatable diseases, we have come to surmount together with the Global Fund, saving countless valuable lives along this way. These achievements, nonetheless, are being reversed by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Vulnerable countries have seen their health systems and response capabilities further weakened. Malaria and TB have been claiming more lives, and fewer people are now getting tested for HIV every year. Right now, and right here, our commitments and actions carry profound significance. More inclusive, sustainable, and resilient global systems for health must be put in place to bring to our future generations a world that is freer and healthier.
The Republic of Korea, both its government and private sector joined together as one, has been working closely with the Global Fund. Since 2004, my government has been making contributions to the Global Fund, and Korea's biopharmaceutical companies as well have built on their technological excellence and innovation capacity to scale up cooperation with the Global Fund. Moving forward, Korea, in a spirit of solidarity and cooperation, seeks to add further impetus to the international community's endeavors for strengthening the global health system. I am pleased to announce Korea's $100 million pledge for the next 3 years. For future generations to be able to live in a safer, healthier, and more equitable world free of infectious diseases, let us be united as one to act together. Thank you.
Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a very short pause, a very short break. We'll be back with you in just a few moments. Thank you very much indeed.
strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your ongoing patience. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Thank you very much indeed.
Let's do it for one another. issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your continued patience. You haven't got much longer to wait. The program will resume momentarily. Thank you very much indeed.
Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another.
Mesdames et messieurs, we're nearly there. I promise you, the program will resume in 2 minutes. Thank you very much indeed for your continued patience.
Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another. Let's stand for one another. Strengthen ourselves. Let's fight these global issues. Let's do it for one another.
Mesdames et messieurs, meine Damen und Herren, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. The program is about to begin. And now, please welcome to the stage His Excellency, the President of the Republic of France, Emmanuel Macron, who hosted the 6th Replenishment in Lyon in 2019. Votre Excellence.
Mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen,
en vos grades et qualités, comme on dit en France,
and your grades and qualities, as we say in France, but I'm going to avoid all these niceties. I'm very pleased to see you here today. And thank you kindly
au président Biden
to President Biden for organizing this 7th Global Fund Replenishment Conference. It is with great emotion that I speak before you. 3 years after the Lyon Replenishment Conference and more than 20 years after Kofi Annan and Jacques Chirac, whose memory I salute, made this vision a reality in order to fight against AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria. 20 years later, here we are, and I say this with great pride because we live in a world that is very complex and where we could become very pessimistic. The Global Fund has proven itself. 21% drop rate in tuberculosis death rates, 26% for malaria, and our mobilization has made it possible for medical research to restructure itself and to stop HIV/AIDS transmission to stop by a significant percentage, and 50,000 lives, 50 million lives have been saved thanks to the Global Fund. And I would like to say this before the younger generations who associate HIV/AIDS to the past, that they should not remember, they should not forget this, because we have still a long way to go, and we have not yet won the battle. We have still much work to do. 38.4 million people live with HIV/AIDS today, and also malaria and TB infections are increasing in the Middle East, in Africa, and in Latin America. We need to take these realities very seriously and look at them quite frankly, because we have much work to do in the coming years. And in 2030, we must hold our promise, because HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria must have disappeared by that year. In 2019, in Lyon, the sixth Replenishment Conference was taking place in another context, a very different context. I must admit this, Mr. President, there were different commitments at the time. We were coming right out of a replenishment 20.5 billion, and the United States were withdrawing a little bit, but then collectively we reached $14 billion. And France had brought its contribution up to 1.3 billion euros. Now, thanks to you and all of these present here today, thanks to NGOs and youth, all of those who have mobilized themselves to help us and the Global Fund here today, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to Joe Biden's President Biden's commitment, because with much professionalism also we have been able to make some headway, and thank you to Bill Gates as well. Nevertheless, in these past few years, and Peter knows this very well, we have been slowed down by the pandemic of COVID-19. Now, the Global Fund has bounced back by mobilizing $4.4 billion additional dollars in 2021. But in spite of this, COVID-19 has hampered access to health services and a 20% drop to access to health services. And these are health systems that were already significantly hampered, especially in the poorest countries in the world, especially on the African continent. And collectively, now that we are coming out very slowly out of the pandemic, but with much inequity and inequality, we have to restructure our actions. Now, we have proven that an effective response that ignores all frontiers and all borders must bring together everything: vaccination, of course, development of new vaccines, and also access to the furthest lying regions, and access to innovation and more innovation. And we have to work in a system, within a system, with most MDBs and public and private funds. We must together completely and utterly consolidate what we have already acquired. The solution in this health crisis is that we cannot rely on a two-pronged solution in the world. And I say this very frankly and very directly. However many billions we invest at Global Fund level, we must continue to struggle. But this will not be possible without the very first primary health systems that have to be structured and that have to be built and made more resilient, because they are the first frontline workers. And of course we must renew at the bilateral level in order for there to be access to health services in the most vulnerable countries and for the most vulnerable populations. And so in this replenishment with the Global Fund today, France has decided to commit fully once again within this exercise, hand in hand with you. And I'm pleased to announce that we have decided to dedicate to the Global Fund 300 million additional euros over the 3-year period to come. In other words, we will be investing 1.6 billion euros between 2023 and 2025. But we'll do much more than that. With those 3 diseases, we will continue our fight in order to have the price of medicine drop. This is the very role of the International Organization of Purchasing Medication, United, and we will be purchasing 250 million worth of medication and products within the next 3 years. And I'm saying this here today because those two commitments go hand in hand. They are inseparable. The Global Fund teams know it very well. This united contribution will make it possible to strengthen our contribution and additionally to save $6 billion for the next 3 cycles and replenishment cycles, which is a very crucial tool. This has made it possible for us to have the cost of medication against malaria dropped by 70%, and this is absolutely considerable vis-à-vis the Global Fund. In this respect, I should like to hope that in 2025, for the next replenishment cycle of the Global Fund, this takes place jointly with United, because we need to deal with these tools simultaneously and jointly. Thanks to this increase, we desire to reaffirm our confidence vis-à-vis the Global Fund, and these are the main thrusts I would like to focus on. First and foremost, we should insist on the robustness of our health systems everywhere in the world, all health systems in the world. That means we need to massively invest quickly, holding on the $6 billion target successively for the next 3 cycles consecutively. Secondly, it is crucial that we put the country at the center, the states at the center. And ultimately, we should be very pleased that there will be no longer any need for the Global Fund to support because countries themselves will be able to mobilize their own resources. So perhaps the ultimate goal would be for the fund to disappear. And ultimately, each country will be able to ensure its health sovereignty, its public health sovereignty. This is what each and every country wishes, and the most vulnerable countries, hand in hand with the IMF, the World Bank, and all the great MDBs, we will be able to do it, and also hand in hand with domestic resource mobilization. Now, I mustn't leave this roster without insisting on community health workers, which are crucial. For too long, and we've seen this during the COVID pandemic, these have been left by the wayside. And I should like the fund to launch a strategic initiative for training in Central and West Africa, and we will actively support such an initiative led by the Global Fund. We must also, fourthly, support local production, rather. Now, a number of countries have begun to develop local production capacity, but we must also shake this, and this must happen on the African continent and in each country in order to consolidate the medical sovereignty and health sovereignty of each country on the African continent. 20% of the vaccination needs are in Africa, but they only have 2% of the production of vaccines. So we must consolidate, of course, procurement, diagnostic, and testing on the African continent, on the ground. Also support united strategy, and also this replenishment process should allow us to continue to fight against gender inequality and gender inequity, especially for young girls and women who have and get infected by HIV/AIDS every 2 minutes. Supporting them at the very grassroots level should be our utmost priority. This exercise, this replenishment, the 7th replenishment, will make it possible to wrap up the progress that we call the initiative itself by dedicating 20% of our total contribution to this mechanism, which is carried by our French operator, Expertise France, dedicated to those most vulnerable populations. Concretely speaking, in the 40 countries that we have supported, our mechanism makes it possible to remedy the issue of absorption and to ensure better coordination amongst local actors, and also to provide technical expertise, which is absolutely indispensable. We need to have these additional resources, but also for training community health workers, services, and of course hand in hand with the university world and the private sector, because also with the local level and the grassroots level, this is the only way that it will be possible. Once again, France commits on behalf of the fund and for the fund these collective actions that we have decided to take at the French government level, and what we do together and hand in hand. I want to end by saying this is far from being over. It is true that some pandemics have dropped in some areas and have been reduced, but we need to have better methods of cooperation and alignment. And in the context that we are actually talking about, and in conflict-affected cases and crisis crisis-affected countries, thinking of Ukraine right now, we must support them, but we must also help them resist and become resilient. Do absolutely everything we can do and work instinctively so that we succeed. Many young people who are here today were in Lyon 3 years ago. There's one person who is not amongst us with us today, Amanda John Morundes, who has HIV/AIDS and suffers from HIV/AIDS. She has a formula, and something she says which is very strong and striking, I must say. She just said 3 years ago, and I will recall her words, don't forget that us, we young Africans who have HIV/AIDS, our lives have value. Our lives have much more value than all the commitments that we make and that you make here today. This is why it is worthwhile to have this fight and to succeed.
Joe, I think I am supposed to give you the floor.
Please welcome His Excellency Chancellor Olaf Scholz of Germany.
President Biden, Mr. Sands, Excellencies, colleagues, I thank the United States for their leadership on global health and for hosting this important conference. As what was pointed out before, the Global Fund has made remarkable progress against HIV, tuberculosis and malaria. More than 44 million lives have been saved. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has left this mark. It has put many hard-fought gains in our fight against these diseases at risk. It has exacerbated existing inequalities, especially in the care of affected communities. We cannot allow the great achievements of the Global Fund partnership to be reversed. We, the international community, must intensify our efforts to support Global Fund partners countries to respond to the massive impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Resilient and sustainable health systems are the cornerstone for fighting infectious diseases such as AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. But they are also a prerequisite for equitable access to health services, as well as preventing and responding to any other future pandemic. Germany, therefore, strongly welcomes the Global Fund's goal to invest $6 billion specifically in health systems, including pandemic prevention and preparedness. I'm pleased to announce that Germany will contribute 1.3 billion euro to the Global Fund over the next 3 years. We are hopeful that this 30% increase will contribute to reaching the replenishment goal of $80 billion. Fight for what counts, today, tomorrow, until the job is done. Thank you.
Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan.
Honorable Joe Biden, President of the United States, Mr. Peter Sands, Executive Director of the Global Fund, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, it is a great pleasure for me to attend the 7th Replenishment Conference of the Global Fund. I remember very well when I myself hosted the preparatory meeting of the 5th Replenishment in Tokyo as Minister for Foreign Affairs. And I am happy to return today to the Global Fund family as Prime Minister of Japan. With the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, infectious disease control and the strengthening of the preparedness for future pandemics have become more important than ever. I praise President Biden for hosting today's conference. The Global Fund has been playing a major role in global health. Through its investments, it has reached the remarkable achievement of saving over 50 million lives from the 3 major infectious diseases, namely HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. I would like to applaud the efforts and contributions by all those who have made this possible, including Executive Director Mr. Sands. Our goal, however, is to end those infectious diseases by 2030, and we don't have much time left. To achieve this goal, all stakeholders of the international community, including donors, implementing countries, the private sector, and civil society, need to mobilize all efforts to this end. We need to further domestic resource mobilization in implementing countries and expand blended finance projects with loans from the World Bank. We also hope to see further contributions from new donors and the private sector. Dear colleagues, in the investment case of the 7th replenishment of the Global Fund, strengthening of health systems was explicitly set as a goal, adding to the traditional countermeasures against the 3 major infectious diseases. Strengthening health systems will surely lead to better preparedness for future pandemics and will also contribute to achieving universal health coverage. We need to unitedly work together to accelerate this. Based on such convictions, I hereby reaffirm Japan's pledge to contribute up to $1.08 billion over the next 3 years to the Global Fund, which was established after the G8 Kyushu Okinawa Summit. The Japanese government and related organizations will take stronger leadership in decision-making regarding the activities of the Global Fund. We will also make contributions through Japan's advanced technologies and innovations. Next year, Japan will host the G7 Hiroshima Summit. Japan will continue to take the lead in global health and work together with stakeholders towards strengthening global health architecture, which contributes to prevention, preparedness, and response to future pandemics based on the global health strategy that Japan formulated last May. Japan will also continue to lead efforts towards achieving UHC, universal health coverage, in the post-COVID era, in order to tackle a wide range of global health issues that has been disrupted by COVID, including response to infectious diseases. Let me conclude by expressing my sincere hope that the Global Fund activities continue to bring about tangible results, supported by the close partnership of all stakeholders. And now is the time to bring together all the wisdom and determination of everyone in the world and to take a significant step towards building a society where no one's health should be left behind. Thank you.
Please welcome the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, who hosted the 5th Replenishment in 2016.
Good afternoon, my friends. The Global Fund was founded so that we could tackle preventable and defeatable diseases. Through our regular replenishments, we're providing experts and communities with the necessary resources to fight and treat HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria, and keep people safe. Face aux répercussions de la pandémie de COVID-19.
With the repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic, including the millions of lives lost because of this illness, it is more important than ever to really attack these and meet these challenges in public health. It's clear to us. If our populations are prosperous and healthy, our economies will also follow suit. Canada is proud to be a founding partner of the Global Fund, and we are proud to have welcomed the 5th Replenishment Conference in 2005. We are happy to see today that the funds within the Global Fund are used to advance sexual reproductive health and related rights, and also to fight COVID-19.
In Montreal in 2016, it was our 5th replenishment. This is our 7th replenishment. Over the past 20 years since this fund was launched, we've seen massive strides taken in fighting these diseases, saving an estimated 50 million lives. We are living through a dark and stormy time where things can seem so somber. But when I look at what we've done together in the face of diseases like HIV/AIDS, which for decades ravaged communities, what I see is hope. What I see is proof that our institutions can work well, and that as leaders and as governments, we have what it takes to heal and help people. Together, through the Global Fund, we have forged a vast global community of scientists, local experts, and civil society organizations. We are united in our work to strengthen our health systems and prevent, treat, and defeat these diseases. That's why Canada will be increasing by 30% over our last pledge and commit $1.21 billion to the Global Fund. And we will contribute a further $100 million to the Global Fund's ongoing COVID-19 response, in addition to our previously pledged $125 million. And of course, I know all of us here in the front row encourage all other donors to meet the 30% increase target so we can make sure we're maximizing our efforts. Pour augmenter l'efficacité de notre travail collectif, on encourage tous les donateurs à maintenir le soutien
to maintain the financial support that they bring to other key partners such as UNAIDS and the Tuberculosis Alliance. We know, and partnership. We know that women and girls are always less likely to have access to vital treatments, and I would like to salute the fact that the Global Fund makes the most vulnerable people's rights a priority, including girls and women.
Now is the time to continue fighting for those we have not reached, but I know together we can do it. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you so much, my friends.
Please welcome Her Excellency Dr. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission.
So, dear friends, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today's gathering of leaders from across the world is a powerful signal, because to most people, no issue is more important than health and well-being. And this is why I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President Dear Joe, for hosting this pledging event. We all know that global cooperation and solidarity are vital to end these diseases. And the European Union has always been a strong supporter of the Global Fund from the very start. And how much have we achieved together? We heard it already. Back in 2002, HIV diagnosis was, in most cases, a death sentence. And millions died from tuberculosis and malaria. If you think about 2002, it's not so long ago. But thanks to the initiatives like this Global Fund, it feels like a distant past. Today, millions of people are receiving life-saving antiretroviral treatment. We can cure tuberculosis. We can prevent malaria. We can fight these terrible diseases. So we will end AIDS, we will end tuberculosis, we will end malaria once and for all. This must be our pledge all together. And yet the pandemic has shown prevention is key. COVID-19 not only caused millions of deaths around the world, it had also a devastating impact on our health systems, especially in low-income countries. And I therefore welcome the prospect of the Global Fund to work even harder on the resilience of health systems. The fund's commitment to foster local production of medicines and health products is an important step in this direction. This ties in with investment by the European Union in support of local production in Africa, we spoke about it, and in Latin America. And we will complement these efforts with our upcoming EU Global Health Strategy. Now, Justin, you set the bar high, 30%, okay. I'm proud to pledge another increase of 30% from the European Union with 715 million euros. And this will bring the overall pledge of Team Europe. Team Europe is the European Union, the Commission and the Member States, to over 4.3 billion euros. Thanks to you. This is money well invested in a healthier, safer, and more equitable future for all. And I'm sure, Mr. President, dear Joe, that this pledging event today further strengthens the global cooperation we need in these days. Many thanks.
Now, please turn your attention to the screens for a final reminder of why we are here today.
Lives, mothers,
fathers, children, brothers, friends,
sisters, communities. But our fight is far from finished.
And the world is in crisis.
Once again.
We must choose to fight for what counts.
Today,
tomorrow, now.
Until the job is finished.
Defeating HIV,
TB, and malaria by 2030.
Ending the inequity
that still determines who lives
and who dies. protecting humanity
from pandemics today and tomorrow.
Uniting the world to fight as one.
with communities at the heart.
With at least $18 billion,
we can save 20 million more lives.
Because who, if not us?
And when,
If not now, this is our fight. This is what counts. Fight for what counts.
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Bill Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Well, it's great to be here 3 years later, and thanks so much to President Biden for hosting this replenishment. The Gates Foundation has as one of its proudest things being a founding member of the Global Fund and Gavi. These two funds have completely changed global health and given people hope. For example, if you were a child who got malaria 20 years ago, your chance of getting a drug that worked was very small. Over 1 million children died every year. We didn't even know about drug resistance. We weren't able to track the disease. We didn't have tests that were working. Because this disease was only in poor countries, it was largely ignored. Today, that's very different. We have drugs that work in a pipeline to avoid resistance. We have better bed nets. Again, we're renewing those. We're actually tracking through genetics and data systems exactly what's going on with this disease. And that is partly due to the amazing work of the Global Fund. Our foundation has as a top priority putting billions a year into innovative new tools. And we can do that because we know the Global Fund will be there to get those out to the world. There's a lot of promising things coming along. Better drugs, better vaccines, better diagnostics. For example, we have an attractive sugar bait that kills only mosquitoes and can drop the disease burden a lot. We have a very cheap TB diagnostic that will allow us to catch the disease before you infect many other people. We have a TB vaccine that will be going into trials. So we're able to fund those new tools because we know the Global Fund has built the capability with partnerships and strengthening health systems to get those innovations delivered and save millions of lives. And so the Global Fund itself, you could say, is the most important innovation of all. That's why our foundation is committing an additional $152 million for a total of $912 million over the next 3 years. Thank you. It's a time of great need, a time of many challenges, but it's wonderful to see how we're all coming here together to continue to help the world's poorest by solving these diseases. It's now my great pleasure to welcome to the stage a great champion against all inequity, and particularly the cause we're meeting on today, the host of the Global Fund's 7th Replenishment Conference, President Joe Biden.
Friends, fellow leaders, Bill, thank you for that introduction. You know, I want to thank you all for being here. Not that you're here because we invited you. You'll be here no matter what. And Bill, thank you for your incredible leadership and commitment to global health. And everyone participating in this conference, you know, to all of you, I want to thank you. Thank you for fighting for what counts. This is all about saving lives. There's no ambiguity here. Working with partners to ensure that all communities are healthy and strong, at least have a shot at being healthy and strong. That people everywhere can live in dignity. It's hard to maintain your dignity when you look at your child and see that they are sick or ill with a disease that you can't control. It's difficult, it shocks you, and it deprives you of your dignity. That's why the United States is proud to be a founding member of the Global Fund. And over the past 20 years, through our work together, it's estimated the Global Fund has saved, as you heard before, 50 million lives and dramatically reduced the death rate of HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria in the countries where it's working. Excuse me. Today, we've seen some historic pledges to keep building on this incredible record. Almost 1.6 billion, I think I got it right, euros from France, 1.3 billion from Germany, $1 billion from Japan, $1.2 billion from Canada, 750 million euros from the European Commission, and significant increases in the private sector, Qatar, Republic of Korea, and from nations that themselves receive Global Fund grants, like Malawi and Niger, also contributed. And as I pledge to all of you, the United States will donate $1 billion for every $2 billion committed by the rest of the world. So that means we're going to work. That means we're going to work with our partners in Congress to contribute another $6 billion to the Global Fund, bringing the overall global pledge as of today to $14 billion. With these incredible contributions, we succeeded through our mutual and continuing commitment to deliver one of the largest fundraisers in global health history. And these billions are expected to deliver a 31-fold return on investment, 31-fold return on investment. And in other words, for every dollar to fight these diseases, we expect $31 in health gains and economic returns, which also advances our progress toward meeting the goal of sustainable development agenda. So let's challenge ourselves to keep going, do even more. It's an investment that will save another 20 million lives, reduce mortality from these diseases another 64% in the next 4 years. It will support frontline health workers, improve, and by the way, they deserve special thanks for what they've done, especially when it was much more dangerous than it is today. It will improve surveillance capabilities, build stronger, more resilient health supply chains, and increase innovations to reach those most in need. And it's going to help prevent and respond to gender-based violence and advance sexual and reproductive rights and health outcomes for people around the world. You know, as we work together, the United States will also continue to advance our leadership through our own health investments in PEPFAR, the President's Malaria Initiative, and efforts to fight TB. These investments, working in tandem and further amplifying the work of the Global Fund, have helped turn the HIV/AIDS around and develop the world's first vaccine for malaria. Here in the United States, where almost 1.2 million people are living with HIV, we're implementing our new national HIV/AIDS strategy to accelerate and strengthen our national response to the HIV epidemic. We're putting equity at the core of our efforts. We have to ensure that everyone, no matter who they are, who they love, where they come from, can access care and treatment they need, period. Folks, and that they're treated with the dignity they deserve. Everyone should be able to lead a healthy, productive, and fulfilling life. That's our goal. So thank you all for stepping up, especially in a challenging global economic environment. And I ask you to keep it going. Let's finish this fight together. Now is the moment to accelerate our efforts to reduce health inequities and to address barriers to access, including gender and human rights barriers, to build a more inclusive healthcare systems, to leave no one behind, to end AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria for good. Let's demonstrate our collective power to take on challenges that matter most in people's lives and deliver progress. We have so much to do, so let's get to work. And thank you all for all you're doing. God bless you all.
Mr. President, thank you. At the end of such a momentous event, the word thank you seems kind of inadequate. But for all the millions whose lives will be saved, for the communities where life will be transformed, thank you. So thank you, President Biden, for your outstanding leadership. What's happened today is actually an unparalleled mobilization of resources for global health. We're talking $14.25 billion without two of the Global Fund's largest donors, who we fully expect to pledge in due course. Thank you also to the presidents of the DRC, Kenya, Rwanda, Senegal, and South Africa for co-hosting the launch of this campaign in February. Thank you to everyone in this room and for all those supporting us from far away, heads of state, ministers, partners, advocates. To our donors, I say thank you. We know these are challenging times, competing demands, fiscal pressures. We know you have gone the extra mile. Thank you to all of you from civil society and communities. Your passion, your determination is an inspiration to us all. Together we can end AIDS, TB, and malaria and make a better world, free of the fear and pain of infectious disease, a world where no one is left behind. And today, with your help, we have taken a giant step towards making this happen. And I would now like to invite, joining me and the President on stage for a photo, Ms. Connie Mudenda, President Ursula von der Leyen, President Yoon Suk-yeol, President Emmanuel Macron, Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and Mr. Bill Gates. Trudeau, Chancellor Scholz. Should we get through? I don't know how to get that thing. Do you know how to do that? Brilliant. The man who knows the technology.
Would everyone please stay seated? Please stay seated. Thank you very much indeed.